Saved. Saved, chat. We're saved. Welcome to another Healthy Gamer GG stream. My name is Alok Kanoja. Just a reminder that although I am a psychiatrist, nothing we discuss on stream today is intended to be taken as medical advice. Everything is for entertainment or educational purposes only. If y'all have a concern or question, please go see a licensed professional. Sound good, chat? Let's see. What are we doing today, chat? What do y'all want to do today? We chilling? Hello, my friends. I'm trying to decide, is there too much light? Is this? No, we'll leave that. Okay. So today we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to talk to people from our community about virginity. So sometimes people come to stream and they want the wisdom of Dr. K, which is cool. There may be some wisdom in my head. It's possible. But contrary to popular belief, Dr. K is not omniscient. In fact, there are many, 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 many things that I do not know. One of them is what it's like to be a virgin. No. So here's the thing. So one of the things that I've found is the world has changed since I was the world has changed in the last 20 years. So there's a lot of stuff that I know a lot about, but one of the things that I think is really, really important to acknowledge, which I think a lot of people in older generations don't acknowledge, is that the challenges that younger people face have changed drastically. Like, it's just not the same world. And some stuff has gotten way harder. Like, dating has transformed a ton in the last 20 years. The way that we look for jobs has transformed a ton. Mental health and mental illness have transformed a lot over the last 20 years. So what I'd love to do is actually learn from y'all today a little bit about the concept of virginity. I remember when I was in a summer camp once, some dude came to talk to us about how you can become a virgin once again. So they were saying that like they were basically like virginity is this like very, holy and sacred kind of thing. And that even if you've had sex, you can become a virgin again before you get married, like sort of spiritually become a virgin. So that when you get married, you can lose your virginity with your partner. And I got super confused by this stuff. I was like in high school and I was like, bro, what are you talking about? And so even back then, there was a lot of, there's been historically a lot of value placed on the idea of being a virgin. So that value can be like a positive value or a negative value. So I remember kind of growing up, it was like a rite of passage for men folk to lose their virginity. It was like something to be celebrated. And paradoxically, if a woman lost her virginity, there were many people who would consider that as a loss of value. And so body count for men is the more the better. Body count for women is like the higher your body count, the worse you are as a human being. So there are all kinds of like values that we attach to virginity. And what I'd love to learn from y'all today is like, what is y'all's relationship with virginity? If you're a virgin or not a virgin or whatever, like whatever your experience is, just share it with us. And so we can try to understand like what's going on, because I think this is an issue that affects a lot of people. We get a lot of requests to like help with this kind of stuff, sort of, right? That's not what people say. So like people will like come into our coaching program, for example, and they'll be like, hey, they don't say like, hey, my goal is to not be a virgin in 6 months or something like that. But they'll say like, hey, I'm interested in like getting a girlfriend or getting a boyfriend, or like I'm interested in like intimacy and friendship and social stuff. They'll kind of cloak it in different ways, and we'll try to help them, right? So like coaching is really about getting people to their goals, whatever they are. So what are the internal things that hold you back? How do you perceive yourself? When you like perceive yourself as like not a good human being or less good than other human beings, and you go into the dating scene, you project that forward, and it sort of creates a self-fulfilling prophecy and all that kind of stuff. So we help people with their self-esteem and help them go on dates and things like that. But the key thing is that this problem has changed, right? So we just like to learn from y'all about what do y'all struggle with? What do you think about virginity? Biologically speaking, like, there's no biological difference per se, right? So I know there's some stuff around the hymen and things like that, but hymens can rupture in all kinds of different ways and stuff. So like biologically, like nature doesn't care. Like it's not like, if you look at like the animal kingdom and you're looking at buffalo, like buffalo do not care that other buffalo are virgins or not virgins. Like the only animal species that seems to care, and maybe I'm wrong here, maybe there's a, like a biologist out there who will correct me. But so it's something that we sort of place an emphasis on. So today we're going to talk to people on Discord. And I'd love your help, like understanding what this experience is like for y'all. And then what we're going to do is like take everything that y'all share with us today and do some research. So we'll look at like scientific literature and things like that. And then we're going to try to put together some kind of synthesis on this. And so what I'd love is, if you guys want to, you can join, you can call in. I think there may be some kind of command. So there's a ! Call me command. I don't know exactly what that command does. I think that's on Discord, right? So let chat know about the call me command if they want to call in to share their thoughts, experiences, and perspectives on virginity. Even funny stories, if you guys want to share, is totally fair game. Like the one that I told about the camp and the dude who was like, yeah, like you can become a virgin again. Like it's not lost forever, bro. I was like, bro, I don't think that's how it works. But who knows, right? So if you guys have, something that you want to share about the topic, we're just here to listen. So we're taking callers on Discord. You can join the waiting room, and yeah, let's get started. Sound good, chat? What are y'all playing nowadays, chat? Playing anything good? Dota 2. Ouch. Okay, let's go. Let's talk about virginity. Neverwinter 2. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I am nervous but fine. How about you?
You're what? Oh, nervous but fine. I'm
Yes.
excited. And
Nice.
can you tell me a little bit about how you prefer to be called or what you go by?
I like poisoned pawn
Okay.
for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Poisoned Pawn.
Yes.
And Poisoned Pawn, can you tell us a little bit about virginity?
Well, I from my experience, I feel like it has shaped to some extent my relationship or how I feel about romantic relationships
Okay.
and about my uh, who I am or my identity.
Yeah. So that's thank you so much for calling in, Poison Pawn, because that's exactly what we want to understand. So, how would you say the concept of virginity has shaped your romantic relationships?
I think it's made it sort of pushed me in a corner whereby I have given up on pursuing any meaningful connection, let alone a romantic one. Yeah.
Can you help me under? That sounds awful.
So like it's sort of the challenges that I have to go through are sort of more visible. They're more pronounced. To some extent, it feels like I cannot overcome those obstacles and fulfill that desire, regardless of how small it is, of connecting with someone
So,
from a romantic point of view.
and and can you help me understand what is an example of an obstacle that can't be overcome?
So, for in my case, I'll use my experience says as an example. I struggle with social anxiety. So the idea of getting along with another human being, for lack of a better word, let alone of another gender other than male, is is very daunting. It's it's a scary thing to think about. Yeah. So
So,
social anxiety is but one of the few um, sort of barriers I have to overcome.
and what are some of the other barriers that you face?
I think some other barriers that I face have to do with the amount of value I place on who I am as a person, because for context sake, well, I identify as a man, but also I'm a person living with a physical disability. So it's very tempting to think that I'm not the most attractive person in the dating scene because, because of the certain, among other reasons, because of um, certain beliefs like being tall, dark, and handsome, like that's what's going to get you laid, etc., etc. Yeah,
And are you tall, dark, and handsome?
I haven't measured my height to be precise, but yes, I consider myself dark and handsome.
Interesting. So help me understand a little bit about. You said that something about the way you view yourself or the way that you perceive of yourself.
Mhm.
How do you view yourself?
Not as I wouldn't attribute all of the good qualities that I wouldn't attribute all the good qualities that I attribute to other people to myself.
So how do you see
I
yourself, Poison Pawn?
I see myself as an overthinker, someone who isn't particularly confident, and to be more specific, confident enough to, to even form a friendship.
And so you see yourself as an overthinker. So if I heard you correctly, you're not confident, you're an overthinker, but you are dark and handsome.
It's the belief from where that stems from is the belief I'm dark and handsome is sort of something that I say to myself in order to keep me going. Otherwise, I would just isolate myself from the world and think that I do not deserve to be seen, let alone be heard.
Okay. So that's something that you tell yourself to keep yourself from retreating.
Yes, because I know how dark and how dark and messed up things can get when I self isolate.
Okay. And how did you mentioned earlier that you kind of pushed yourself into a corner? Can you help me understand that? Or you got pushed into a corner? Like you feel like you're kind of stuck?
Um, it's a feeling that is engraved in the core of my being from a long time ago, back when I was, I think, between the ages of 12 and 13, when I started to um, when I started to become bitter when I did not have the level of popularity that I used to have.
And what
Um,
happened that made your popularity change?
Long story short, it did ruin a budding friendship that had just crossed my path at that particular time.
So
To some extent, I regret it, but yeah, that's what happened.
And so Poison Pond, I'm kind of hearing a couple different things. One is that I'm not hearing too much about virginity, actually. I'm hearing a lot about social anxiety, isolation from anyone, let alone someone who's romantic. I mean, it sounds like it's not. It sounds like one of the challenges you face is just connecting with a human being, not even romantically.
And yes, I agree with you. And I feel like if I was able to overcome that, then I would get to that place where I'm able to explore my sexuality, for lack of a better word, and
So
not necessarily be ashamed of the fact that I'm I'm still a virgin when some of my age mates are not virgins, and maybe some of them even are parents. Yeah.
and so would you say that? So help me understand what comes first. Like, do you think that your lack of confidence comes from being a virgin, or I mean, do you think about that kind of centrally as like part of the reason that you're maybe not you don't value yourself, or is it simply just the lack of any human connection and romantic connection is like more difficult? Like, is the virginity responsible for your current like with the way that you feel about yourself?
To some extent, yes, but I don't necessarily know how to frame it
It sounds it
because
Yeah.
it's an on and off feeling. It's not constant. I'm not constantly, um, you know, yearning or craving for that
Okay.
romantic touch to my existence.
Yeah, so tell me a little bit about the so that's I think a really interesting insight that the impact of being a virgin on you is something that comes and goes.
Yes.
And when it comes, what is what is that like for you? How does it affect you?
I find myself wondering if it's even possible to, like, I find myself struggling to figure out how to go about it. Like, do I start dating? Do I, like, I don't know, like, I struggle. Basically, it becomes a challenge to figure out whether or not I want to resolve this feeling on my own, like without having to test and see if I could sort of relieve the feeling through dating or something of the sort, or having a sexual encounter with a woman or something of the sort.
And so it okay, so it sounds like you're trying to understand, okay, is this a feeling that will be fixed by getting laid? Or is this a feeling that I should work on internally?
Yes.
It's a good question. What do you think the answer is? It's a really good question.
I think there's some internal work that needs to be done, but it's not 100%. It does not, it is not to be seen as 100% of the solution,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Also interacting with other people and like with the intention of exploring my sexuality or looking to lose my virginity is also another way of coming to a solution.
Okay. And so, what is it that makes it hard for you? So, it sounds, and I apologize if I'm reading too much into this or this is insulting, but it sounds like you don't have friends, Poisoned Pawn. Is that accurate?
I try to think that I have friends because I spend time with them, but also I am more comfortable seeing them as acquaintances because there's some characteristic to there exists features of a friendship as opposed to any other kind of relationship.
So, I'm hearing a couple of interesting things in your language, and I'm not sure if this is like a language barrier issue, but you said, I try to think of them as friends, which,
Like categorize them.
yeah, but which suggests to me that on some level, you have to try to think of them as friends. You don't naturally think of them as friends.
Yeah.
And what makes it hard for you to naturally? Why aren't these people naturally your friends? What do you what does your mind tell you, or how do you feel about the situation to where you have to try to think of them as friends?
Honestly, I haven't yet figured that out. I think it's just the aspect of my tendency, or rather my tendency of overthinking, because
Sure. So when you overthink it, what does your mind say?
they don't, these people don't um, like me as much as I think they do.
Okay.
Like, I'm like a third wheel to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And and so it sounds like they pretend to like you more than they do.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like a third wheel.
Can I think for a second, Pawn?
Sure.
So you said also that you it makes you feel more comfortable to think of them as not friends.
Yes.
What
While
makes it uncomfortable to think of them as friends?
getting my feelings attached, like involved in our interaction.
And how do your feelings get involved in an interaction?
You know, showing, expressing um, how my love or the level of love I have towards them, the amount of care I have towards them, the level of empathy I have towards them, etc., etc.
And what happens when you let yourself care about them and love them?
I I feel like I'm afraid that they are not in a position to reciprocate it, or they'll be tempted to take advantage.
Has that happened to you before, where people have taken advantage of your kindness?
Yes, it has.
Has that happened a lot?
Um, no, and weirdly.
Okay. So I'm going to toss something out, Pawn. And I'm kind of noticing that on the one hand, you don't allow yourself to connect with people, maybe because you're afraid of getting taken advantage of or they won't reciprocate. But at the same time, there's a part of you that downplays what they do, right? So earlier you said, oh, they don't actually like me as much as they pretend to do, right?
Hmm.
So I'm kind of like noticing that you're sort of, I kind of see what you mean. You're kind of stuck because on the one hand, if they do reciprocate and they do demonstrate caring, your mind says they're just pretending.
Yeah, it's like a Trojan horse.
Absolutely. Like you're stuck, right? Because even if they genuinely care about you, your mind is going to discount it. And then you're kind of stuck because so the thing that really scares me is that there may be these people may actually be reciprocating what you're giving them. Like you may be caring about them and they're actually caring about you. They don't think you're a third wheel. But even when they try to care about you, I'm concerned that there's a part of your mind that rejects them.
Yes, that is a beautiful summary.
What do you think you can do about that?
Well, I have been trying to be open to to receiving to receiving the impact of people's intentions exactly as they are presented to me. Yeah,
What makes it
and not.
hard to be open to that? Because once again, you said tried, which means that there's a part of you that doesn't want to do that.
I just don't want to get my heart broken in the middle of all that gymnastics.
What a good way to put it.
It's a self ego preservation method.
Yeah, absolutely. You're very insightful. Can I call you Pawn? Because I feel weird saying poison pawn all the time.
Well, I think I can relate to being, or rather, I identifying with being a small person. So yeah, pawn is fine.
Look at the self-esteem there. Why aren't you poisoned king?
I don't deserve it.
What if I say I disagree?
Well, we shall agree to disagree.
Yeah, so you know, I mean, I guess I imagine you kind of figured this out already because you seem incredibly insightful, Poison King.
I am blushing so much right now.
And you're blushing, but what are you doing to the kindness I'm sending your way?
I am trying to absorb it.
Very good. You're trying to absorb it. There's that word again. But there's a part of you that's agreeing to disagree. And what is that part of you doing to my kindness?
Pushing it away.
100%. So, and you think other people deserve nice things, right? But not you, Poison King?
Yes, exactly. I'm a
So,
firstborn son, and I absolutely believe that.
so do I deserve to have my kindness rejected by you?
It depends with what you were expecting.
I was expecting my kindness to be received and appreciated. Or not expecting, hoping. I was hoping you could accept and appreciate it.
It's not an instant. It doesn't happen in an instant for me, but yeah.
Can you try to receive it?
Yes, I can.
So I know it sounds kind of weird, but sometimes when we don't believe we deserve something, that's fine, right? I don't know that I can convince you that you do deserve it. But one place that's sometimes good to start is that I think we sometimes, when we don't feel good about ourselves, we deny other people the chance to be kind. And like accepting a gift from someone is actually one of the nicest things you can do for them. Right? So like, let's say I had like a kid in my class, or let's say I'm a teacher, okay? Or let's say I'm a doctor. And let's say I'm treating a kid. And the kid and says, Dr. Kanoja, thank you so much for taking care of me. I made you a thank you card. And then in that moment, I may think to myself, oh, I don't deserve a thank you card. I didn't do anything special. The kid is still sick. The kid is terminally ill. Poor kid. But in that moment, even if I don't think I deserve it, rejecting that kindness like is hurting the kid. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So can I ask you to try something, Poison King?
I am a scientist, so I'm open to trying anything.
You certainly sound like a scientist. That makes perfect sense to me. I think it's one of your strongest suits. So I want you to try to accept kindness, not for yourself, but for somebody else's sake.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
I think I can definitely put that into consideration.
Okay, cool. What do you think about changing your handle on Discord to Poison King?
I need to leave something, or rather I need to put it out there that I play chess, so you know.
Yeah, so I mean, do you think that King doesn't do that? You can all chat is suggesting poisoned bishop, poisoned rook, poisoned knight.
I will definitely think about it. I will
Okay.
be changing it. Yes.
Okay. So I'm hearing that I asked you to do a couple of things. And what is your mind's response?
I am realizing that I am sweating
Yes.
given the assignment at
Yes.
hand.
Good. Right? So you feel really uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah. And is your mind saying, yeah, I'll do it? Is the peer pressure of talking to someone on the internet while thousands of people watch, are you going to do it?
I am internally cringing.
Yeah, right? So here's the thing. Is what you're experiencing bad right now?
It feels motivating. It's like a motivational energy.
Yep. And how does that feel to be motivated?
It feels good. It feels good to see things from a different lens.
Does it also feel bad?
If I feel remorse for all of the kindness and the love and the care and the generosity I have received in the past.
Okay. So I'm going to share one or two things with you, and then I'll give you a chance to kind of share your thoughts or ask questions or whatever. So the first is that everyone thinks that like motivation is a good feeling. And in a sense, it's a good feeling, but it's also like really uncomfortable. Right? Does that kind of make sense?
Yes, it does. I can relate.
And so what I'm kind of inviting you to do is like step out of the corner a little bit. And that can be what I'm hearing you do is you're not just a scientist, you're also a lawyer or an attorney, because you're saying I will think about it. I will consider it. Right? So I'm hearing a fear of commitment there, which is totally fine, by the way. I think that's healthy. That's normal. So I think that you're not going to be like, if you were transformed into like, yeah, I'm the poisoned king now. And that'll probably be temporary. Actually, what you're going through right now, I think, is like far better, actually. Because now there's like a consideration, right? So you have to kind of muster up the courage to take that step. And I think what you really need more than anything else is patience. Like, you need to be patient with yourself, and other people need to be patient with you too. Like, when I talk to you, I get sort of like a vision of an animal that's kind of like huddling in a corner because it's been attacked in some way. And so forcing it to come out of the corner is not going to work. And
Right.
and so I wish you all the best. I do think you're kind of in your way more than you're in your way, which I think you recognize. And that can be like really challenging, because if I'm the one who's responsible, then it lowers my self-esteem even more. Because why am I so stupid? I'm in this situation. I do it to myself. But the truth of the matter is, honestly, the hardest person to deal with is yourself, like in life. Like, your worst enemy and the person who screws up your life the most is usually you. And so I think we kind of think that overcoming our insecurities is easy, but it's actually like that's the raid boss. And I'd really just invite you to really pay attention to how you discount or even reject the kindness of others. Because as long as you're rejecting it, that's why the self-esteem won't come up. Because we learn self-esteem from the esteem of other people. I don't know if that kind of makes sense to you or not. But like, if you think about it like a 2-year-old kid, a 2-year-old kid doesn't have self-esteem problems unless someone gives them self-esteem problems. Same is true of a 4-year-old, 7-year-old, 9-year-old. And it sounds like for you at 12 or at 13, you felt really confident, or at 11, you felt really confident for yourself. And then something happened and someone taught you that that's not true. And now the problem is you're not letting people teach you that you're worth something. And so in a weird way, a good place to sometimes start is recognize that it's not about you, actually. It's about accepting the kindness for their sake. Which sometimes, if we have low self-esteem and we don't think we're deserving of kindness, we can still do nice things for other people. And the nicest thing that you can do for someone who's offering you a gift, what do you think is the nicest thing you can do?
Well, My mother taught me to say thank you.
There you did it again. My mother taught me. What do you think?
I think it's a nice gesture if I accept it 100% with a smile and say thank you.
Yeah. So I think accepting it, receiving gratitude, and then the other cool thing that sometimes people are afraid of is that then opens the door for you to be kind to them in return and to reciprocate. What do you think about that?
Yes, I agree with you.
Any thoughts or questions?
Not really. I'm still thinking about my assignment.
It's nice to hear you laugh, by the way.
Well, I think it's the weird it's a weird part of my personality, but it is what it is, I guess.
It's very what?
It's a weird part of my personality, but it is what it is.
Okay, it is what it is. Poison Pod, can I try to? I would like your permission to push you a little bit.
Okay. Permission granted.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I want you to hover over Discord. You're screwed, bro. I want you to go to profile or edit server. Right click your name, click edit server profile. Let's see how we do this. There's some way to assign yourself a nickname in a server. Do you know how to do this?
No, I don't.
I'm going to walk you through some tech support. Let's see. Maybe I can't do it. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I'm making a tech support check and it's failing. Oh, no. Ionized, you can't do it, dude. You have to let him do it. They changed your name. Poison King. They did it for you. But I think you got to check it yourself. You got to change it yourself, bro. Only mods have permissions. Okay, so it looks like Ionized changed it for you. How do you feel about that?
I'm excited to embrace my new identity.
Awesome. Okay. So accept the kindness that our Chad mod Ionized is giving you, and we now, so you know, sometimes when you get initiated into a spiritual tradition, they give you a new name. So now that you've joined the cult of Healthy Gamer, we're going to give you a new name. You've actually evolved. Do you play Pokemon? Please tell me you play Pokemon.
Nah.
Do you know what Pokemon is? You're familiar with it?
Yes.
You have actually evolved from Poison Pawn to Poison King. And you have reached the end of the chessboard. And now you're a different piece. And because you're kind of a noob, you didn't turn yourself into a queen. And you picked king instead. But one step at a time. Congratulations, Poison King.
Thank you, GG community, for this new identity.
Awesome, dude. Good luck, and report back. Let us know how it goes for you.
I will.
Take care, my friend.
You too.
It is completely unclear whether we have helped that person or not, but at least we tried, chat.
Are you ready for next?
Yes.
I was supposed to tell you there's 4 people
Okay.
coming up. Okay, though.
Hello. Muted.
Hi, Dr. Good.
Hello, my friend.
I am so excited to be talking to you. You've like helped me with my ADHD so much, like you don't even know.
Cool. Well, I'm happy that we've been able to be helpful to you. That's why we do it. And what do you go by?
My name's Katie.
Katie? And Katie,
Yeah.
we're talking a little bit about virginity today, is that right?
Yes.
So tell me, educate me, please.
Okay, so I have kind of a complicated relationship with I guess sex and sex education just because I was raised very, not very Christian, but I was like raised going to like private schools and stuff and like in that environment, like we talk about sex like as a bad thing,
Yeah?
and not necessarily always, but it's only inside a marriage. And I went to private schools like almost my entire life. And like from a very young age, I was like, okay, I'm saving myself for marriage. It's just gonna be like that. Because that was just the bubble I was in. And I after high school, I decided to go to a big school, like public school. And it was the first time I was exposed to like people from like different experiences, different cultures, different like opinions and views of sex. And like all my friends, had like had sex. And I remember freshman year, like my friends were literally making cakes for their body counts. And it was
They
something
were
I was
they
not
were
used
what?
to. We literally would celebrate when someone hit a number of their body count with a cake. Like it was celebrated like that.
Oh, wow. So y'all would buy cakes every time
Yeah,
someone got
yes.
laid with someone new?
Not every time, but when they hit a number. So like 10 or
I
like,
see.
yeah.
Okay, so did you? Okay, I'm curious if you ever got a cake, but so I'm a little
I
bit.
did.
I'm so fascinated by this tradition. I have so many questions about it, but I'm going to table it because it seems
Okay,
less
okay.
important than the other
We'll
stuff we have
get
to talk
there.
about. Yeah.
We'll get there, don't worry. But anyway, I was just pushing this very sex positive culture, which was completely different than I'd ever viewed it. And I was like, and I kind of like, I knew sex could be good because I had a boyfriend in high school, and we were like doing stuff, if you know what I mean. So like, I knew like sex could be good and that it was like not all bad, I guess, but I just didn't like that actual act of like having sex. Like I just hadn't done it yet when I got to college. And
Okay.
I just knew it very peripherally, like from my friends, but like I had, like experienced an orgasm before I even came to college. And like, so that wasn't like, it didn't feel like I was that far from like, I guess having sex already. So
Okay.
then I came to college and I was like, I have to lose my virginity now because all my friends have.
Okay.
And I just kind of threw it. This guy that I kind of regret it, I guess. But it just it wasn't the time. It was like, and then I got in like this very like phase where I was like hooking up with people like for validation. 'Cause I went through very deep, dark depression like in college, early college, like after a breakup and stuff. Like, and I was just trying to band-aid it. And
You
I
were
don't
just
know,
what? I didn't hear that.
I was very much trying to band-aid my breakup with hookups at a
Okay.
certain point too. And I don't know, I guess like after I realized I did not like hooking up with people because I just didn't feel valued. Like, I'm fine with people
I'm
being
having
valued,
trouble.
it's just not my
I
thing.
think the voice isn't picking up, Katie.
Okay, my AirPods are like kind of finicky. Is this better?
Count to 10 for me.
1, 2,
Yeah,
3,
that's so
4.
much better.
Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you so much, Katie. I really
Yeah, no
appreciate it.
problem. My AirPods are always like speakers always kind of finicky, so let me know if it's changing. I can take it. Anyway, so I don't know. I think I just developed a very like I was from like that end of the spectrum where I'm like sex is really good, and then I get to college and it just shifted so quickly to like sex is this positive thing of like um it's a way of like expressing yourself, I guess, or like feeling good and like whatever. And I just like didn't have my own view of it, you
I
know?
see.
Yeah, like I didn't let myself create my own relationship with it because I was just so influenced by everyone else around me and what people were telling
So
me.
I'm getting the
Continue,
sense
go
that the
ahead.
pendulum really swung when you went to
Yeah,
college. Okay.
hard. Like I just didn't know what I was doing. And I just think about like, I don't know, I didn't get education in high school. Like I was taught off students. Like we had to write an essay about like high school and it was like we're never taught
Yeah, we're
those
not
good
getting
things.
anything, Katie. We're getting some mumbling. And I'm wondering if
Oh,
maybe
sorry.
no, that it's okay. I mean, it sounds like it's a technology thing, so not your fault. But
I think I'm like at work right now and
I
like
see. So you're not enunciating at the
yeah.
top of your lungs
Yes.
about your
Yes.
experience with virginity
Yes.
and body count at
Yes.
work?
Exactly that. Exactly that.
I see. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Please don't do that.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Don't worry.
That's totally cool.
Um, anyway, I guess I just like the pendulum swung. That is the best way to put it. I think I've actually used that phrasing. Like I just went the complete other way. And now I'm just at this place where like, I don't know. I I mean, right now I would say I would not, you know, have sex with anyone outside of a relationship just because like it didn't make me feel good about myself. And I guess like every time I did, I just kind of hated myself afterwards. And I still think I kind of do, you know, because of like it's just like some deep seated like preconceived notions of my upbringing in
Hmm.
Christianity of like this isn't I just don't feel good when I do it. And I think it has something to do with like the all of the like conflicting things I've been told, you know? And now like virginity is like such like a held thing by so many guys and like sex is positive thing for men and not for women. And that's also just hard because like guys care how many people you slept with. I don't care how many people I've slept with. Like I'm pretty confident, honestly. Like I don't really care like if anyone has like thinks anything about like my body count or whatever. Like that doesn't really bother me. It's just more like as like a culture, it's hard for me to like see it as a good thing, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So, Katie, this is incredibly eye-opening. Thank you so much for calling in and also putting yourself at risk at work. Um, and so obviously, so we're gonna like I may need a second to formulate my questions so that you can
Oh yeah.
answer them clearly with. But we're gonna like it's like one of those scenes from a movie where someone's on the phone and like someone's like got them at gunpoint and they have to speak in code.
Yes, it's exactly like that right now.
So so I'm a little bit curious. You said that um so can you help me understand like what when you were in high school and stuff like this concept of saving yourself,
Yeah.
what how did can you explain that to me like where does that what's the deal there? Do people
Oh,
value it? What is the
yeah.
value of saving yourself?
Okay, so it was very much like the analogy always used was like a saved car or like an old car. Like you want like a car that's like new and like you don't want I and also something we've had so many like chapel services about this topic. Like we would talk about this all the time. And we'd always talk about how like you don't want to like ruin it for your partner when you get married because if you've done it with other people and you're just comparing your past partners with the one that you're like in love with, you know what I mean? Like that was like the biggest thing I think for me, where I was like, I'm not gonna be valued by my future partner that I'm with forever if I do stuff with people before.
Wait, is it that you're not going to be valued by your future partner, or you aren't going to value your future partner because you had sex with someone who is better at sex than they are?
Both.
So the idea that someone can improve at sex doesn't enter the equation.
Not at all.
So your sexual prowess or skill level is a fixed variable.
Yes, exactly. That's
Okay.
how they thought it would be. Like that's kind of how they perceived it. As like it was like the only answer. And it was not talked about at all. Like what happens if like you do have sex before marriage? Like it just was out of the equation.
And so if someone, let's say, had saved them some had saved themselves, how do you imagine, or you were saving yourself after a fashion, right? Because it sounds like you were sexually active, but not all of the sexual acts.
Yes, exactly, exactly. And I felt so guilty about that too. Like so guilty.
So,
And it was hard.
and what were you? Is it okay if I ask you questions about this? Because on the one hand, this is exactly what we're talking about, but this is also like
No, go
super private
ahead.
stuff. So,
No, yeah, go ahead.
what would make you feel guilty? Like, what did you think you were doing?
I don't know. I thought like I still believed in God at that point. Um, don't anymore. But like at that point, like God hates me. Like I might as well be having sex. Um, I don't know.
I see. So
Yeah.
since you were making a mini sin, you might as well go all the way and make a big sin
Yes.
if God's going to hate you either way.
And like it's funny because when I did lose my virginity, I did still believe in God.
But wait, I think I heard you say when you lost your virginity, you still did believe in God?
Yes, that is what I said.
And did you feel bad about that? Like not
Yeah,
believing in God, about losing the
very,
virginity?
very bad about it. But also, like at the same time, I'd rationalized it with the fact that like I'd already done stuff other than that. So what's the difference? You
So,
know?
so what's the difference if you've already done stuff? And
Yeah.
and then I'm also hearing some potential cycle of, okay, if you feel bad about yourself, did you seek out hookups? You mentioned something about hooking up for validation.
Yeah, and I don't think I thought I was doing it for validation. I think I thought I was doing it for pleasure, but like I didn't get that from them either. So
Okay. And
I
what
think
did you
they're
get from them?
mistakes. Like I regret them all.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah,
What can you help me understand what was a mistake about it?
because I didn't feel connected with any of these guys, you know? Like it didn't give me anything that I wanted. Like it wasn't good, you know? Like none of them were good because I feel like from my experience, sex is only good when you are with someone who knows you and understands like what you like. And that just doesn't happen. So now I think
We're not getting much, Katie, but that's
okay.
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
You said
I
you weren't getting much from them.
no, I thought I was, but I look back now and I realized that none of those were good experiences. So it had to have been coming from a place of validation because I had just gotten out of a relationship where like the first relationship where I was having like regular sex.
And okay, so it sounds like that felt super empty to you, and maybe at the time you thought you were getting something out of it, and now looking back, you were getting something else.
Yes, exactly.
And so, how do you feel about stuff now?
Oh, I don't know. See, I feel like I can look back at that pattern and I've kind of pinpointed it. I've been on like huge self-discovery journey the last like 6 to 10 months,
Good,
maybe.
good for you.
Um, Thank you. I'm doing
Seriously.
it really well. Like my therapist is like, you have changed so much in the last 6 months. So I'm doing really well. So I kind of have shifted my mindset around it. But like, if you talked to me like, I don't know, 6 months ago, this would have been a different conversation. But um, yeah, I don't know. Now I think I would need to be in a relationship to want to have sex with someone. And I don't know if that's because I'm scared of sex because or if it's because I am afraid that I'm going to have similar experiences to because some of those hookups I could consider them borderline rape because I was intoxicated to a level that I don't remember. And I think that's also partially my
Okay. Well, that sounds awful.
can't remember it. So I like
Yeah.
you talked about how like some people can just move on after stuff like that happens. And I just happened to be one of those people. Um but I obviously that sound like that for everyone, but um I just don't want that to happen again, you know.
Sure.
So I
Of
think that's
course.
part of it too.
Of course. So, Katie, this may sound kind of simplistic, but I'm actually hearing that I'm hearing a lot of clarity from you, to be
Yeah.
honest. Like,
Honestly, I just wanted to come on because I feel like a lot of people have this experience and it's not talked about a lot.
yeah, what would you say is this experience?
The experience of like growing up with purity culture and then it just completely shifting And you would like get into adulthood and like, what is sex? Like, what is good sex and what is bad sex? What is positive sex and what is negative? Because I didn't know.
Yeah, and so let's say that like if you had hypothetically, let's say a 15 or 16-year-old younger sister, what
Yeah.
would you say to her?
Oh God, that's a good question. I don't have a sister, so but I think I would just be like make sure it's something that you want to do, not because everyone around you is telling you or doing that already. Because that was my mistake. I came into college just doing what everyone around me did because in high school no one did. And I come to college and everyone is. So I just jumped into that. And that's just not the right way to do it.
Okay. And what I'm kind of hearing from you now is that it sounds like having a meaningful connection with the person is a really important part of forming a sexual relationship with them.
100%. At least for me.
Yeah, I mean, so you know, you were kind of saying you were kind of torn between kind of the Christian idea and the college freshman idea, the cake idea,
Yes.
the
Yes,
bakery,
exactly. Exactly.
and now it just sounds like you sort of figured out what you honestly, it sounds pretty clear to me that you just need some kind of emotional relationship. I mean, some kind of emotional connection before a sexual relationship with someone else.
Yes, exactly. And it's been a complicated journey getting here, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I ask questions about two particular things?
Of course.
So one is I'd like to, you can tell me which one you want to answer or in what order, but so I'm super curious about this tradition of the cakes. Um,
Yeah.
and then I'm also curious about what your experience with men has been like
Oh
relating to
God, that's
your
a
sexual
one.
experience. Because you said something about it's hard sometimes with men.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so as far as the cakes go, I feel like a lot of people like this is like you could see this on TikTok maybe, but like people like make cakes and people lose their virginity and it's like they play like the song it goes like I just had sex and it felt so good. Like you know that song? Like that was like very much the culture of my freshman year. So like my loss of my virginity, that was what happened to me. I got the cake and it was like I think I just wanted that. Like well,
So
maybe I just wanted my friends to make pay attention to me.
yeah, so I'm hearing. So it's actually quite similar in some ways for us men folk, where there's a tradition of celebration around like losing your virginity,
Yeah.
right? Like now you have become a man. I mean, in your case, I don't know exactly how did y'all conceive of it. Like so it has a very rite of passage kind of feel, but then y'all also kept
Yeah.
score after you know.
I think it was just kind of like it was funny because me and my roommate were both virgins when we came to college, and it was just like we were the only ones on our friend time that were. So like they were just kind of it was just like a riot when we did. And like a friend who came into college also was a virgin, she lost it the week. So it was like
She what?
she lost hers the week before me. So I think I might have just done it because she was.
Okay. Yeah. So
So
it sounds
I
like
don't
there was a
know.
very like social aspect to it.
Yeah, and it makes me sad because like my sexual awakening of sorts, you know, it was very much not for me. It was for the people around me. And like I don't know. I feel sad for my freshman year self sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like you had a lot of learning and growing up to do and
So
trying
much.
trying to kind of fulfill particular needs, even like a social need, which honestly
Yeah.
it sounds like the reason that you decided to have you know full sex. I don't know what else to call it, but because I'm trying to avoid other words, but
Yes, I
is
appreciate
is really
it.
for the social approval and kind of the rite of passage is what I'm hearing.
Yes, exactly. And I don't know, I think it's really easy for people to fall into that if you've been raised in like super heavy purity culture.
Yeah. And so can you tell me a little bit about your experience with men's reactions to you being a virgin, not a virgin, body count?
Oh my God. Okay. So this guy that I lost my virginity to, um, he was someone I was honestly not even attracted to. He just lived across the hall from me at that point, and we'd been like kind of hooking up before I lost my virginity to him, and he was always just kind of egging me on to like go further, but I felt like it's and
We missed that. It's last thing we caught was he was egging you on.
yeah, he just like he would kind of poke fun of me for it, not in like a harmful way almost, but like I felt like a noob, which I hadn't experienced before because I went to a high school where that just wasn't a thing. Like we didn't
How is
talk.
that not harmful?
Okay, maybe it was, and um, I was like I said, I
No,
needed validation so badly.
I
Like
mean,
I,
it may. You say it's not harmful. It's we're taking
it's
your.
horrible.
Okay, I was just
Yeah,
curious because I
yeah.
could see either. If it's not harmful, then we're missing something.
No, it was, but I didn't think I realized at the time. So he kind of built this like fake emotional connection with me. Like we were never gonna date, and but like he built this fake emotional connection with me to a point where I felt like I could be vulnerable with him. But like when we did start like actually doing it, like it was clear to me that it was for him and not for me.
Hmm. How did
Which
that
was
become clear?
hard. Um, the sex was bad,
Okay.
and he was just like it was like he was just like waiting that he could so he could finally actually do it with me, and like because he like maybe he liked me as a person. I don't know why he didn't just like hook up with someone else, but like it's like he wanted it to be me, and it's like he just wanted to take my virginity. I don't know. It was like
I
this
see.
game.
So
So like
there may be some
finally,
element of a conquest.
yeah, I was like I was that's possible. So the thing is, I was so naive. Like it's crazy how much I've changed since then. It's only been like 2 years, but like the way, like even just social interactions and like talking to men in general, like I thought that they were so much better than they actually were. Like,
There's so much
actually, like
what
I
what
thought they were okay. Going back to your question about like my experience with men in general, because I think this guy kind of exemplifies that. At this age, like the men just ready, like they're not the frontal lobes aren't sure. And it's just so clear because they're so driven, like sex most of the time. Like
hmm.
hookups are just it's just hookup culture is so rampant around me. And it's like every guy you meet, you just kind of have to assume that's what they want. And that was this guy. That was probably what he wanted. And it was probably, now looking back, it's pretty clear to me that. But in
And
that moment, it wasn't.
so what I'm kind of hearing is that hookup culture is really prevalent. Guys are primarily interested in sex. But I'm not hearing a whole lot of judgment towards you for the amount of sexual partners you've had.
Well, honestly, I don't think I've had enough for it to be judged, to be honest. Like, no shame to anyone who has had quite a bit, but I just haven't had, like a ton of hookup experiences. I've had some, it's just not a lot.
I see.
And I haven't like been shamed for it at that level.
Got it. So it sounds
I
like
know,
you
I know people who have.
sure, but so it sounds like in your personal experience, the number of partners you had is not something that men will judge you for.
No, but I know that they will, you know.
They will what?
They will if it goes up and
As it
they would
goes
judge
up.
me.
And so just
Yeah,
so I'm boomer, okay? So what do you
yeah.
think is like the number at which the judgment starts?
Oh, that's a really good question. In all honesty, I think it's subjective and I think it's different. But I've heard like maybe like 25. I don't know. Like I'm
25?
not. Yeah, I don't know. See, the thing, I'm like for me, it doesn't matter if I'm like if a guy has a high body count and I like about to start dating him, it doesn't really matter. It's like he wants to date me. So, like,
Okay.
but like for men, like in the hookup stage, that's when it matters for some reason.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Katie, this has been absolutely enlightening. Anything that you want to mention or talk about or ask?
Oh gosh, I mean, I have so many things to talk to you about that I could talk to you about, but I was just gonna say, I just want to say thank you again for like everything you're doing. Like for real, like meditation is something I've struggled to like pick up in my life. Like I've tried, but I've finally been consistent with it now for about a month and a half, and it's
Wow.
like helped me so much, like with school and like paying attention to the classes and Like, yeah, no, I just like have seen such an improvement in the last couple of months, and my parents are noticing, my friends are noticing. And I think a large part of that I can contribute to like stuff like your videos. So that's all. But I just wanted to come on and like talk about this because I think it's very normal and something that I think a lot of other people have probably felt in their lives. So I hope
Yeah.
it was relatable.
No,
um,
I think I'm really grateful that you came on because I do think it's like something that it sounds like everyone is dealing with, but no one openly talks about.
exactly, exactly. Like everyone, every girl I talk to intimately about this sort of thing, it's something that they feel in their lives. And it's hard. It's really hard. So like I don't know. I'm just very careful and very intentional when I talk to a guy now. Um, so it's just like a lesson I've learned, I guess.
Cool.
But yeah, universal experience maybe.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing your story, Katie. We really
Yeah, thank
appreciate
you
it.
for having me on.
Good luck to you, my friend.
Thank you.
Alrighty. What's up, my friend?
Hi, doctor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Doing okay.
And what do you go by, my friend?
You could call me Alex.
Nice to talk to you today, Alex. And we're talking about virginity. Is that right?
That's right.
Cool. So tell me about virginity.
I guess what I want to know is how important is virginity like later in life? Because for context, I'm 26,
Okay.
and I'm curious if that like plays a factor at all when looking for a partner in the future. And also, I guess I want to talk about um, I guess this is pretty out there to say, but like being horny all the time. I think
Okay.
I want to talk about that and like being a virgin, and being horny all the time. And I don't
Sure.
know how to cope with these feelings.
Okay. So, Alex, first of all, I want to once again commend you for coming on. So, like, these are really shameful topics, right? Like for a lot of people,
Right.
and I think as we're about to discover, as we've already discovered here at HG, like people like this is not a minority concern. This is like half of the people on the planet, or even more, struggle with what you struggle with. The problem is that we just don't talk about it. So no one knows what to do. So I want to, first of all, express a ton of gratitude, mad props to you, and mad respect for coming on and talking about things like this that are potentially shameful.
Think-
So can we start with this? So tell me. So you said you asked a question. Is it important if I'm a virgin or something like that? I didn't quite
Yeah,
understand.
like later, like late 20s to 30s and so on.
Important in what way?
I guess if a potential partner, finds out that I'm a virgin, that it will have like a certain stigma to it, like if there's something wrong with me, or since I'm learning that there's a rise of like lonely single men, is that going to be like the norm now? So is women going to expect, like virgins, in the future? So
Sure. So let me ask you, what do you think is the stigma of being a virgin?
I guess if you well I let's see, if you can't really attract women in that way. I'm maybe this is what I'm just making assumptions here.
Sure.
That maybe that hey, it's like it could be a red flag. Like, why is this person lonely a long time? Or is there something is yeah, something like that along
Is
those
like
lines.
so are you would you say that being a virgin as a dude in your, let's say, late 20s, early 30s, does that is that associated with like something's wrong with you?
Um, I guess it's associated on uh what type of person you are. Um, I'm sure that I could find women that are accepting of like older virgins, um, but you know, you can never know. But yeah, and yeah,
How are you confident that you can find women who are accepting of older virgins?
I think when time goes on, and you know, once if women could learn or maybe sympathize with the struggles of being a lonely man, they could maybe understand. But I don't know that, you know, I don't know that every woman is like that.
Sure. I, I think that's reasonable. What are the struggles of being a lonely man?
I guess I guess we uh, not um, finding difficult to socialize, and I guess missing out on people, and just have and struggling to find companionship.
And so when you miss out on socializing and stuff, what does that do to you?
It makes me not anxious, but like I guess regretful, because it's like, since I'm, you know, time is flying very fast, and it feels like I'm just missing out on stuff that I wish I could really seize, really take full advantage of.
What are you missing out on?
I guess like friendships, and um I guess like connecting with people. Like it's to the point where I'm starting to be more okay of being alone, um and it's and more or less starting to, I guess, get used to it, but I still long for human connection, and like the meaningful like relationships and such.
What's it like to long for meaningful connection and not have it?
Um, it hurts, you know, being alone and not having a like actual girlfriend. It you know it really does feel like you really feel like you're isolated, and you have no one to go to talk to, and yeah.
That sounds rough, man.
Yeah, well, it's like I guess it feels, this is like, to put in an analogy, it feels like having a chronic sickness or chronic pain, where it's just like a part of your life now, and you just find the ways to cope with it and get used to it.
So I'm hearing that you're adapting to loneliness, but that it
Yeah,
still
something like that.
hurts.
Yeah, something
What are
like
some
that.
of the things that you do to adapt to it?
Just waste time on the internet, either play games, watch Netflix, watch streams, you know, anything to pass the time.
Okay. Okay. So I see what you're kind of saying. So it sounds like you're not really. And let me know if I say anything that's inappropriate or I say anything that's hurtful that I need to apologize for. But what I'm really hearing from you, honestly, is that you're kind of existing and like life is passing you by.
That sounds about right.
That sounds awful, dude.
Yeah, it's something that I wish I could change.
What do you think it is that is responsible for you having this kind of existence today?
I don't know actually. I guess um, it really feels like it was there, but um, it grew even bigger since the pandemic. You know,
Okay.
since the pandemic, I stopped keeping touch with like friends and people, and I stopped really just. I really don't put myself out there as much as I used to, because before, yeah.
I mean, that sounds rough, dude. Mainly because I'm kind of noticing that, like, I know I've certainly felt like this in the past, but you know, you said you stopped keeping up with people, And sometimes, does it feel to you like the burden of maintaining relationships kind of falls on you and that other people aren't invested in keeping up with you?
Yeah, before it does feel like, well, this is why I say it like really expanded during the pandemic. Before it feels like if I don't like contact them first, if I don't text first, message them first or anything, then they would like forget me. You know what I mean?
And how do you understand that? Like, what do you think is going on?
What do I think it's going on through the person's head or
Yeah, I mean,
with me?
why is it in life that there are some people who need to reach out to not be forgotten, and there are other people, like there's the people reaching out and trying to maintain a connection, and there are the people that are like having other people reach out, right? So there's like someone who has the responsibility for maintaining the connection. There's someone who doesn't have the responsibility.
Yeah, it could be the most likely answer is most likely the simplest, where they haven't thought about you as much, or they might think you're busy, or they might be shy to contact you. It could be either of those things, or it could be, they just don't want to, could be something as they just don't want to see you or hang out with you or spend time with you or something like that.
Okay. And so I'm not hearing that you really blame. Maybe the pandemic had something to do with it, but do you feel responsible for your situation, or do you think that like society is to blame or women are to blame, or like what do you think?
I do bear a lot of responsibility actually. If I if I, put myself out there and maybe, overcome some sort of fear of rejection, maybe I would have been in a better situation. And yeah, and this is not, and I do realize this is not something that I'm going through myself, is that, a lot of people are having less and less friends and being more and more lonely. And I wonder we're, if someone is like as lonely as I am, and if I reach out and it's easier to make friends because a lot of people are looking for friendships and meaningful relationships or something like that.
So, but I'm kind of hearing you kind of say that you're primarily responsible because you haven't overcome your fear of rejection and you haven't kept up and things like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Can we go back to the topic of thank you so much, Alex, for kind of sharing all that perspective. I think it's resonating with a ton of people, and I think it's a really common experience, once again, that we don't vocalize enough. So can I ask you a little bit more about the virginity angle, and then we'll talk about being horny
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
time,
yeah. I'm
okay?
sorry that this is like off topic, but I feel like it's like somewhat related, to not be a virgin, you gotta do it with someone. So I'm sorry if we go off topic.
No, I was asking you questions, quote unquote, off topic. I don't think it's off topic at all. I was just signaling to you that if you're comfortable with it, giving you a chance to bow out of talking out of virginity too is really why I said that. So if you don't feel comfortable talking about this, like we don't have to. Is that cool?
Okay, yeah, yeah, we could talk,
So
keep talking about virginity.
so what's your understanding of why you're a virgin at the age of 26?
Uh, I don't have a girlfriend, to put it that simple.
Yeah, and why do you think that is?
Um, Again, I don't really put myself out there as much. I don't go on these dating apps. I don't look for women. I don't, you know, like ask women out or anything. So yeah.
Um, so I'm not hearing that there's anything like wrong with you per se. I'm hearing that it's sort of an issue of choice.
Oh, I didn't understand. Okay. With me, I guess, yeah, I do, kind of, I guess I do like fear rejection, and like I am kind of afraid of putting myself out there, and people, you know, and rejecting me and thinking, thinking about me in some way.
Are you what do you think how would someone think about you if you asked them out and they turned you down?
Well, it depends on the setting. If I'm asking like a fellow classmate or coworker, it might make things kind of awkward, and I'm the type of person that don't want to be in awkward situations or like make, you know, certain relationships more complicated, like a workplace or a school place relationship or something like that.
What will they think about you, Alex, if you ask them out and they say no? Because if you don't ask them out, then it sounds like their opinion of you will change after you ask them out.
Um, I don't know if I guess well, it's been a while since I asked out a girl. I guess if I'm a really comfortable place into asking someone out, like if we're like good friends and we spend a lot of time with each other and we talk a lot, I feel like that's a good place to ask a girl out. But if it's like out of nowhere and she sends like no signals that she's interested in you, then that's weird, and I don't want to be like these like pickup artists and so on, like throw everything at the wall and see what sticks kind of person.
Okay. So if you're okay. So I'm hearing that you would feel comfortable asking out women that you were friends with
Yeah, or show interest.
or show interest. So that y'all don't have to be friends, they just have to show interest.
Yeah, yeah.
Has that happened to you before where women have showed interest?
No, maybe they have, but I'm like too dumb to realize it, or maybe I don't see it at all.
Has a
Or
woman ever
maybe
made you
yeah.
feel awkward?
When you say woman, do you mean like any woman, or just like a friend? No, actually no. Never mind that. No, no, not really.
Okay. So a woman has never done anything that has made you feel like uncomfortable? And I'm not talking
Uh,
about, well, I mean, I'm sort of talking about women in your general dating range.
mm, can you give me like an example, or can you be a little bit more clear?
Sure. Yeah, I'm sort of fishing here. So what I'm curious about is so a couple thoughts that I have in my head, Alex. One is if a woman were interested in you, and I didn't because this sounds kind of insulting, which is why I didn't want to ask it this way. But would you be able to tell?
I like to think so, but
I'd like to think so too. So I'm not assuming that you can't that you wouldn't know. Sometimes like I've been oblivious to people being interested to me in the past. Like it happens a lot, and I didn't really get wise to this until many, 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 many years later. Where in retrospect, I realize now that there were probably several women who were attracted to me when I had no idea. And then the other thing that I was kind of thinking about is it sounds like it's really hard for you to tolerate awkwardness.
sure, that sounds about right.
And so that's why I was asking if women have made you feel awkward, because I wonder if I'm just kind of thinking about myself. So like there was this one time in high school where like I was sitting at my desk and a girl sat on the top of the desk behind me. And she like put her hand on my back. And I was like, "What are you doing?" And I realize now that she was probably attracted to me. It's just I was like, "Why are you touching me?" And I just didn't connect the dots. But I felt really uncomfortable because I just didn't that no woman had ever expressed interest in me, and it made me feel very uncomfortable. And I was just because I had that experience. I was fishing for whether you've had a similar experience.
Oh, no, I can't say I have.
Okay. And so tell me a little bit about in terms of like being a virgin. So I'm not hearing that once again that you're not I'm not hearing that you think you're ugly or like that you're not worth dating or like women would not ever be interested in you. I'm not hearing any of that kind of stuff.
I mean, I do feel these ways also, but I don't want to. I guess I'm a bit more. I don't know.
Do you think you're worth dating?
I feel like, um, well, mm, probably not.
Probably. And what makes you not worth dating?
Well, I still live at home.
Okay.
I don't have a job that I could barely afford myself. I don't know if I could have I don't have a high paying job where I could just, where it's, yeah, it's like things like those.
Okay, so you think you're not like a catch
Yeah, something like that.
because you're living at home. You don't make so much money that like women would be like super interested in that.
Yes.
What about physical appearance, things like that?
Um, if I could rate my physical appearance, I'll give it a light to a decent 6 on that one.
Nice, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to the gym,
Nice, dude.
I've been going to the gym since April of last year, and it's a work in progress, I have to keep check on my dieting. That's the thing. Like, I do show up, and train as hard as I can, but
Damn straight, dude.
I am working on myself
Good.
and things like that.
Yeah. So, just a couple of things. What do you think women look for? Like, what would you have? What do you think women look for?
I think women look for, a man that, that knows how to take care of himself, earns a decent living, and is able to, um, I guess, attend her needs and like listens to her, I guess.
Okay. So, like a man who's emotionally available, financially independent, takes care of himself, works on himself.
Yeah, that's what I imagine what
And
women find attractive.
this is going to sound kind of weird, but when you think about what women are looking for, what's your source for that? Like, where do you get, how do you, when you think women look for these things, what are you kind of basing that on? Where did you get that information?
I guess I'm basing it on either the internet or sometimes it's my personal experience when I talk to my classmates and coworkers and they talked about their significant others. It's always a guy with like a decent living that lives on his own and like be able to take care of himself and like things like that.
Okay, so that's really useful to know. So it sounds like what you're basing this on is you may know women who have relationships. And when they talk about the relationships that they have, it's men who check these boxes.
Yeah.
Okay. And of the women that you know who have boyfriends, what would you say is the average attractiveness of the boyfriends of the women that you know?
Well, I haven't met their boyfriends or their significant other in person, so I could only go by assumptions. So
Okay.
I would say they were like a hard 7 to a light 8 on that one.
Okay.
This is based on assumptions. I don't know.
Yeah, based on assumptions. Okay. And so just for the record, I know this is kind of a weird question. Are you familiar with the concept of a bell curve or a standard distribution?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious for the bell curve, like, so do you think attractiveness is like a bell curve or not?
Um, where the where the top of the bell curve, would that be like average attractiveness?
No. So the
Or
middle of the bell curve is average attractiveness. So a bell curve would imply
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
then there is not the same number of 5s as 10s or 1s. That most people fall in the middle. Like the numbers of 4, 5s, and 6s for attractiveness, there's like twice as many 4, 5, 6s or more, like 10 times as many 5s as 1. For every 10 people that are 5s in the world, there's one person who's a 10.
Right. I understand. Yeah.
Do you think that that's true? Is like attractiveness a bell curve?
I don't know. I haven't really thought of attractiveness in
So
that way.
I'll
I know
ask
that.
you.
Yeah.
I'll ask you in another way. Do you think that most of the people are of average attractiveness?
Yeah. I would say so.
Okay. And so would you think that most people end up in relationships with people who are of average attractiveness?
Yeah, I like to think so.
So that means that most of the people who are getting together are not 7s, they're 5s.
I would say like a decent 6.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
it's not. I'm not saying that 5s don't. I'm just saying, yeah.
So you got to be a decent 6 to have a decent shot at a relationship, is what I'm hearing.
It helps. I would say that it's more likely.
I'm with you. Okay. And you said that it's been a while since you asked someone out. Can you tell us a little bit about how that went and what happened?
Oh man,
You don't have to answer that if it makes you uncomfortable.
I don't remember it that well. It was like high school, and I shot my shot, and she turned me down, and that's to it.
Okay. And so were you friends with this person?
No, we were classmates, but we talked a lot.
Okay. And so you haven't asked anyone out in 8 years?
No.
And
not.
do you can I ask why?
I guess because I'm too shy, or I haven't really spent time with a person to feel confident in shooting my shot. So yeah, that's mainly why.
Okay. So it sounds like your confidence is a prerequisite to asking someone out.
Yeah.
You're not going to ask someone out if you know they're going to say no.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. How you doing, by the way, Alex? Is it okay that I'm asking these questions? Like,
I feel very vulnerable, but hopefully there's people out there that could relate to this, so I'm happy to help in that way.
100%. And I want to acknowledge that I'm asking you questions that probably evoke shame. And I think you are an absolute Chad for coming on, and I'm incredibly grateful to you. And I'm not just saying that, because I think this is what people struggle with. And one of my goals is to help people who are 26 who have not asked someone out in 8 years move forward and ask someone out and even potentially find a relationship. That's what we're going to try to do, and that's why we're having these conversations. But there's no way we can help people like you unless we understand what people like you face. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so,
Thank
like,
you.
we're flying blind because everyone out there is trying to figure out, how do I find a relationship? But no one is willing to come forward and talk about, this is why it's hard for me to find a relationship. And I think I'll share some thoughts with you at the end, just to hopefully give you some hope. But I think that there's a lot of stuff that makes me like optimistic about your situation. So just as an example, the
Okay,
number of
I'm
people
looking.
who are in their 20s and living with their parents is skyrocketing every year. So it's over 50% of people now live with their parents in their 20s.
Do you know what the breakdown of that is between genders?
I don't know what the breakdown between genders is, but I know that the total number is 50%, and it's at least 50%. And I have not seen anything to indicate that men and women are actually different.
Okay.
But it's a brilliant question, honestly, Alex, and I love that you asked it.
Yeah, it sounds like I don't want to like. It sounds like if women are living at home, and it'll feel like hypocritical to look for a guy that's not living at home. You know what I mean?
I mean, there's no
Yeah.
shortage of hypocrites in the dating scene, men and women both.
Yeah. I don't want to think. I don't want to think that. I always get the feeling that women are doing better, social economical wise.
Yeah,
So
and so I think those are the kinds of like So I think it's a good question, right? Because behind that question, I heard, well, hold on a second. I still sort of feel like a loser. My question is, are the majority of people at home women, and they're actually successful dudes, so I'm still not successful? Like, I kind of heard that vibe too. I don't know if that was too much, but anyway, so moving on a little bit. So let me ask you, you asked a question about being horny all the time.
yes, I want to talk about too.
Yeah. So what do you want to talk about, bro? Let's dive in.
It's like I am horny all the time, and I don't know how to cope with it.
And what
Like,
do you? Okay, go ahead.
I have bad coping mechanisms now, but yeah.
Well, can you first of all help me understand what horny all the time means?
Like, I'm down to fuck all the time, but I'm a virgin, so I don't know how, so I'm just down with this primal urge to mate, and I don't know what to do.
So what is your experience of horniness? Is it like, I know it's kind of a weird question, but
When my dick gets hard and it feels good when I release.
okay. So are you and do you have frequent sexual I feel so silly asking this, but honestly, like, this is important to define. Okay. So when you say that you're horny all the time, do you frequently have lustful thoughts throughout the day? Fucking, I have to close chat. Sorry. I'm not meaning to, I recognize I want to react differently emotionally to what I'm doing. So I apologize to you, Alex. Honestly, this is really important.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing too.
So, but seriously, like, cause I like, it's important to understand what horny all the time means, right? Like, what does it mean? Are we talking about like you're thinking lustful thoughts from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep? Or are they intense and brief? Like, what does it mean to be horny all the time? So sure, you're DTF and you're horny and you've got a boner.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I understand.
But is it like 24/7, or is it like really intense, like 3 times a day?
Okay. It is like very superficial. It's very, it's very lustful, and 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 it's one of those ways, like, I'm worried about having these superficial feelings when it comes to like looking for a partner, and I might set myself up for failure.
I see. So it sounds like you're concerned that your lust is gonna end up damaging a relationship in some way. Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, did I disconnect?
No, I heard you great. So I'll ask my question again. So it sounds to me like you're concerned that your lust will negatively impact a relationship. GG. Too hot to handle, chat. Okay, let's give him a minute. But seriously, y'all, I know I'm laughing. I honestly, I couldn't control it then. And like, I don't think it's funny. I really don't. Maybe there's an angle of it that's funny, but this to me is like 95% important, 5% humor. And the problem is that it's such a hard topic to talk about that we all have this like defensive, humorous kind of interaction. Like, what do you mean? Like, but seriously, like, this is important to understand, right? If someone's horny all the time, what does that mean? Because when I talk to people who will say, "Hey, I feel this negative thing all the time." Yo, you back?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
No problem, dude.
Yeah.
So what I was trying to understand, so I heard you say that being kind of dominated by lust may negatively impact a potential relationship.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you feel these shallow feelings, help me understand, are they like throughout the like constant, or is it like pretty intense a few times a day?
It happens. They do get intense when I start to think about it. Yeah,
So how many times a day do you start to think about it?
it would be. I would say like 3 times a day.
Okay. And it sounds like you masturbate.
I do. Yeah.
And is every time you feel this intense horniness, is masturbation the only thing that makes it go away, or does it kind of go away on its own?
Um, I do try to wait it out, but when I absolutely need to, yeah, I do masturbate.
So do you masturbate multiple times a day?
Yes.
Okay. And so what I'm hearing is that it become like you try to resist it, but that it grows over time, and eventually it's like you've only got one option to make it go away.
Yeah, but I do masturbate in a bad way. Hello?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm just having an internal conflict about whether I should ask what that means or not. Can I think for a second?
Yeah, go for it. But I guess you could guess what it is.
Huh?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm just debating whether
Uh,
I should ask you what that means because I don't know what that means. But
well, it might be relatable. It's. Can I just say?
yeah, you can say it if you want to. It's just
Because I have no problem sharing.
okay. Go for it. What do you mean in a bad way? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. What do you mean in a bad way? I didn't hear an answer. Dude, I swear. There's some kind of powerful being in heaven or on the internet that is trying to prevent this conversation.
I'm sorry.
No. I was
Yeah. My house has really bad Wi-Fi, so
that's cool,
I'm
bro. And he's gone. Seriously, this is weird, man. I wonder if he's trying to evoke within us what he feels, which is a desire with frustration.
Hello?
Yo, Alex.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's cool, man. Like, you can't control your Wi-Fi. Seriously, we'll wait.
Yeah, it's like my horniness. I can't control it.
So tell me, what do you mean by in a bad way?
I masturbate in a company to pornography
How is that bad?
because I'm learning more about porn addiction and how that ruins your perception of sex and everything.
And what is your understanding of how porn addiction ruins your understanding of sex?
When you get addicted to porn, you did a video about this and it really is insightful.
Yep.
It warps your perception. It could um give you certain expectations that it's not there, and the and you start looking for more like intense versions of pornography.
And does that pattern fit you?
Yeah, it does. I feel
Okay.
like it's a problem.
So you need to watch more extreme pornography to get the same level of arousal?
Well, not all the time, but sometimes.
Okay. And it sounds like you watch porn multiple times a day.
Yes.
Okay. So you had a question about how do you deal with being horny all the time, right?
Yeah, and I'm curious if I'm being horny all the time because of the pornography, or it's like egg and chicken sort of thing.
Sure. So let
What
me
came
ask you
first?
this. How do you How do you manage negative emotions?
I never really learned how. I either um just cope with it or ignore it or things like that.
How do you cope with it?
By distracting myself.
And how do you distract yourself?
Video games, Netflix, YouTube, Twitch, all that.
Okay. And pornography.
And pornography, yes.
Do you find that the worse you're feeling or the more things aren't going your way, the more horny you get?
Yeah, I actually do.
Can you give me an example or help me understand what observation you've made?
Um, well, when things are not really going good at work, or like things were really short-staffed, or and I'm working all by myself with like no assistance, or when I'm struggling a lot in school, or I don't get a grade that I'm satisfied with, or things in my life aren't really going as way as I want to, like, and not having the friendships I want and things like that.
Okay. And so let me ask, so then when life ain't going your way, that's when you are watching more pornography and feeling hornier?
I guess when I'm a lot more lonelier, yeah.
Okay. And do you are you concerned that how do you feel after you masturbate or watch pornography?
I feel terrible. Like, I know this is something that's gonna ruin, that's gonna hurt me in the future, and I'm in a downward spiral.
Okay. So this is actually starting to make more sense to me, Alex, because I think your first question or what something that you said very early on was how does being a 26-year-old virgin affect my future? I almost got that question. So does that make sense? Does that resonate with you? Are you like really worried about being 26 and a virgin and like how women will think about you a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
Okay. So let's go over a couple basics. First thing is, Alex, have you considered seeing a mental health professional about this?
About this in particular, no, but I have seen a mental health professional about like my future and like schooling and like my future careers and my future endeavors and like things like that, but not
And
about like pornography or porn addiction or things like that.
has seeing a mental health professional helped you?
Um, it's it has helped me in the past. Like recent, I have seen a therapist like before when I was 19, but that was when I was like very depressed and anxious, and it did help me in a way, yeah.
Okay. And are you reluctant? So if I were like, so I do think you could probably benefit, and I'll explain how from seeing a therapist. How do you feel about seeing a therapist or about something like this?
About this, I'm not sure if um I actually feel pretty I guess confident. Like I do, like in the future want to talk about like my loneliness and my struggles in connecting with other people, and I guess and a fear of rejection. So I do feel
Okay.
comfortable
Okay.
about this.
Yeah. So let me. Can I just think for a second and synthesize my thoughts?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. So here's what I'd say from the top, Alex. First of all, you're an absolute Chad, my dude. Like huge respect, huge gratitude for coming on today and sharing this stuff, because it's hard stuff to talk about. And I think it's really common. Okay. Second thing is, let's talk a little bit about being a virgin. So I don't know if you heard our previous caller. Did you hear our previous caller?
Just briefly.
Okay. So I'm kind of curious. Okay, so maybe not, but I would be really curious what people think. So if we were to ask that previous caller, and maybe we can ask chat, if we had asked the previous caller, how would you feel about dating a 26-year-old virgin? What do y'all think that caller would say?
Are you asking to chat?
Yeah, I'm asking chat, and I don't know how much of it you heard. Yeah, so
I didn't hear that.
So I think she would be. I don't think it would be an important determining factor for her whether you've had sexual experience or not. So, and I think this is really important to understand, is that if we look at your source of information is extrapolation and inference, right? You're like piecing things together about the friends that have an SO. And so it's not bad information. It's just incomplete. It's not actually like talking to women. I'm not hearing that you've ever had a conversation with a woman about what they find attractive or what they look for in a partner. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm not saying you're wrong. And I imagine that most women will look for the things that you are describing, right? So not obviously, but I do think that most women would want a partner who can live independently. Most women would want a partner who is financially independent. Most women would want a partner who can be in the best shape and most attractive that they can. The key thing that I think a lot of people forget in dating is that most people date someone that is not what they want. So if you ask a human being, hey, what kind of job do you want? Every human being is going to say, I want a job that pays me $1 million a minute. I have my own private bathroom, my own private jet, and a coffee machine. Everyone is going to want everything. What people don't get is that most of the time when it comes to dating, we don't actually get what we want. And the other thing that's really confusing is that oftentimes what makes us happy is not what we want. You with me so far?
Yes, I understand.
And if you disagree and you think I'm wrong, like, I'm not the arbiter of truth here. You're allowed to, let me know, because if you disagree with what I'm saying or it doesn't make sense to you, like, please let me know. But
Yeah,
honestly,
yeah.
just my observation of relationships is you're right, but I think it's kind of incomplete. That most people actually, I don't think most women give a shit whether their partner has had, previous partners or not. There may be some for whom it's important. I do think that there is probably some level of truth to it's a red flag if someone has not been in a relationship by a particular age. I think it's kind of like, honestly, sort of a bit foolishly optimistic to think that people don't get judged for that. Right. So on the one hand, while I imagine a lot of women out there would be completely comfortable dating a 26-year-old virgin, some of them may even find it cute or endearing. I think we also need to acknowledge at the same time that human beings tend to judge other human beings for not hitting certain milestones. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right. So if you're 26 and you're living at home, kind of sus. If you're 30 and you've never been on a date before, kind of sus. And while an individual may be okay with that, like, human beings are judgmental. We judge people for shit. And I think that both of these things can be simultaneously true. Okay? Next thing to consider is I think a big reason why you're alone at 26 is because it sounds like you don't ask people out. And it sounds like you're attracted to people, and also that you may have opportunities to ask them out, but you don't. Is that fair?
I would have to disagree on the last one
Okay,
because yeah.
please enlighten me.
It really doesn't feel like I have these opportunities. Like I said, if I've been so, alone, and I'm curious what you mean by opportunity. Like, oh, just like
Great
ask
question.
out like any girl, and like, or you might have a friend that's like interested to you. Like, I'm very curious what you
Yeah,
mean by
so
that.
I that's a brilliant, honestly, Alex, that is the perfect question. Because what I've noticed from working with young men is that in order for them to feel like they have an opportunity to ask someone out, they have to check a lot of boxes first. So they think that if I ask someone out, it's going to be premature. Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Like if you're if you're at a barbecue, or I don't know, if you're just like out somewhere and you see a girl that you're attracted to, you don't think that you can walk up to her and ask her out.
Yeah, I agree.
That's not an opportunity to you, right?
Yeah.
What is an opportunity? What are the boxes that you have to check in order to have a real opportunity to ask someone out?
If they show genuine interest of like who I am as a person, if they spend a lot of time like outside of like either school or work, or we do we there's like a like frequent communication, and and yeah, things like that.
Yeah, so I think that that's a really high barrier to hit. That's a high barrier to hit. Because what does showing genuine interest even look like? So what I'm kind of hearing is that you're really only interested in asking out people who you're pretty sure are going to say yes.
Yeah.
They got to be in
Yeah,
love with
pretty
you
much.
in order for you to ask them out.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
It is easier, and I am less likely to get rejected, but um I feel like um if I would like to ask someone out, I guess they have to be like a friend first. If I guess that's what I'm like getting at.
Okay. Why?
Um I guess to see if this to see what kind of person they are, and to see if we are compatible to be partners, and to see
So
if
you're assessing for compatibility before the relationship begins.
but isn't the relationship already beginning if
From
we're
a friendship, you
friends?
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's a super valid perspective. I've known a lot of people who have had very successful relationships that way. What I'm concerned about in your case is, okay, let me just keep going, but I think that's valid. 100%, Alex. That you want to really get to know someone before you start engaging in any kind of romantic. You want to assess compatibility before you start dating. Right?
Right.
Can you acknowledge that some people start dating as a way to assess compatibility?
That's true. But I guess how would I get the girl to talk to? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm with you. I'm
yeah,
with you.
have to
I'm
spend time
not.
with me. Yeah.
I'm not saying that you're wrong to want what you want and that friendship first is a bad plan. I'm just saying that you do get that, like, sometimes people start dating and the process of dating is how you determine compatibility. Right?
Yeah, I
So
guess.
two options. Like, you know that there are the Chads out there that will like walk up to a woman in a coffee shop and ask for her number, right? Those people
Yep.
exist and they have no idea if they're compatible or not. With me?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Not saying that you have to be that kind of person or that that person is better than you. Just moving on to a couple of other things. So I think another big thing is that it sounds to me like you need to feel very confident in a relationship before you ask someone out.
Yeah, I guess that sounds about right.
And then I'm also, jury's still out whether no woman has ever really expressed, or not no woman, but in the last 8 years, whether a woman has not expressed any interest in you, or whether you can't tell when they are expressing interest.
Yeah, I guess I haven't really assessed that further.
And which, by the way, is not your fault at all, because this is what's really confusing, is that the women that I have talked to operate on different rule sets about what expressing interest means. I've worked with women who express interest by expressing interest. Hey, I think you're really cute. I've worked with women or talked to women about expressing interest by insulting someone. Sometimes that's the way they express interest. Sometimes they express interest by being aloof. Like, they really want someone to come and ask them out, but they think that they have to play like hard to get. And I don't know which way is right or wrong, but I've had experiences with women where they believe all that different stuff. And like each person kind of comes to their own conclusion. You kind of with me there?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I think the last thing that we've got to kind of talk about, and this goes back to the horniness, is like the managing of your emotions. So let's talk about like pornography usage and feeling horny all the time. So our brain needs some way to manage the emotional experiences of our life. So we can manage emotional experiences through things like therapy. We can manage it through distraction. We can manage it through having discussions with friends, processing with family members. We can spend time with pets. That's like a scientifically valid way to manage emotions, or animals. There are all kinds of things that we use to manage our emotions. Now, the challenge is men especially are usually not taught as much. The average boy growing up is not taught as much about their emotions as the average girl. This does not mean that there are not women who are never taught about their emotions. There are tons of women who are never taught about their emotions. And there are tons of men who are taught about their emotions. So this is not a universal experience, but the average experience of how boys grow up and how girls grow up is not identical in the world that we live in. And a big part of that is management of emotions. So what tends to happen, what we see a lot in situations like pornography addiction, and I'd highly recommend that you see a mental health professional, because I think you're the one that tossed out the word addiction, I think, but maybe you didn't. But generally speaking, the way that therapy can really help with that is there may be self-esteem issues and stuff like that, but a big part of it is that your brain has figured out there's like this cheat code to make negative emotions go away. And that cheat code is pornography and masturbation. Because if we look at the neurological impact of orgasm, it's quite profound, right? So we have evolution that for many, many millions of years has made our brain reward orgasm. And why is it so rewarding? Because it's required for procreation of the species. And so now what happens is your brain has figured out, hey, when life is hard, when stuff is tough at work, when stuff is tough at home, I've got this one thing that can make my life better, which is true of basically all addictions. So an addiction is when our mind or brain figures out a shortcut to make some emotions go away. Now, what qualifies it as an addiction is that there are some behaviors that we engage in that when we engage in the behavior, it causes more damage than benefit. So there are some behaviors that we engage in that the more we do it, the more we have to do it. So what's the difference between a healthy coping mechanism and an unhealthy coping mechanism? If you're feeling bad, and the way that you manage feeling bad is masturbation and pornography, and then you feel guilt and shame after masturbation and pornography, you are creating a vicious cycle. Does that make sense?
Yes, it is.
So same is true for like heroin, where I'm a shoot up heroin. and my partner, my spouse, and my kids are going to hate me for it. And then that makes me feel really, really, really bad. And so what is the only way I know how to get rid of those feelings is to shoot up more heroin. This is what the fundamental of what an addiction is that engaging in the behavior worsens the problem that requires the behavior. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if that mirrors your experience, I'm not here to diagnose you with pornography addiction. There's a whole process behind that. I would highly recommend you see a mental health professional, but the way that these things tie together is that I think the key thing here is that I think in order for you to ask a woman out, you will have to put yourself in a situation that is emotionally uncomfortable, is going to make you feel awkward, may make you feel afraid. Asking a woman out requires evoking or triggering or creating negative emotions. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, your solution to that is this is why you want to get to know someone really well, right? Because if you can get to know them really well and you know that they're interested in you and they demonstrate genuine interest and you're pretty sure that then you're going to say yes, you're not opening yourself up to negative emotion. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So now we're in this problem where basically you've got two options. You can wait until you're sure someone's going to say yes, in which case there's no negative emotion. Or if you, and this is when you say, I disagree with the fact that I've had opportunities, because you're brilliant, dude. Honestly, brilliant. Opportunity, when I use the word and you use the word, we're talking about completely different things. Do you get that?
Yes.
So now this is where I'd say that the challenge here is that if you've got some part of your brain that is addicted to pornography because you can't tolerate negative emotions, and asking a woman out evokes negative emotions, you have like a vulnerability to negative emotions. So this is why I think in 8 years, like you haven't asked anyone out. It's all like connected. I don't know if, does it sound connected to you?
Sure, but I'm trying to wonder what came first, you know?
Yeah, so I think what came first, it's not what came first. It's a cycle, like you said, that grows over time. So you discovered porn, you jerked off once, your brain felt really good, you felt horny later, you jerked off again, and then somewhere along the way, and then one day something happened where you had a minor rejection, right? Or maybe a big rejection. You asked someone out in high school and you felt terrible about yourself. And then you went home and you tugged one out and then you felt a little bit better. And so then it suddenly got bigger. And then what happened is as you felt ashamed, you lost confidence in yourself. As you lost confidence in yourself, you couldn't ask women out. As you couldn't ask women out, you felt lonely. As you felt lonely, you started jerking off more. As you jerked off more, you felt more ashamed and guilty of yourself. You felt terrible, as you put it. As you feel terrible, you lose more confidence. Now you need the woman to basically express a ton of interest in you to counterbalance your lack of confidence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So it's not what came first. I think it's like dominoes. And you're right, it's a cycle. And so this is where I think the first step, or there are a couple of pieces here. The first is that you've got to learn an alternative for managing negative emotions. If you have an alternative for managing negative emotions, you don't have to be afraid of them because you can deal with them, which, by the way, logically is sort of sus because it sounds like you experience tons of negative emotions all the time, right? Like you're feeling guilt and shame and shit every day, loneliness every day.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's kind of weird, but you're afraid of these negative emotions, but actually, like, you're sort of like, you can handle it, bro. Rejection from a girl is not going to be that much, is my guess. Now, I don't really know you, so that could be wrong. But I think, like, it sounds like your day-to-day life, like, you suffer a lot for periods of time. And I think your HP pool is actually way higher than you give it credit for. You're like way more resilient than you give yourself credit for. What do you think about that?
I never saw myself as that way. I always thought I was very fragile.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Because a little bit of emotion may send you into a tailspin, but actually, like, you tolerate negative emotion every single fucking day, bro.
Interesting.
So this is where
I do, yeah, I do recognize that.
it's hard to see, right? Because it's kind of weird, but because you don't, and it makes sense. Like I'm not, anyway. So I think that the tolerance of negative emotion is really important. And the cool thing is, once you can tolerate negative emotion, which you can already do a fair amount, once you can kind of get a handle on that cycle of pornography addiction and get a good coping mechanism in place, then you no longer need to fear the negative emotion that asking someone out will evoke. And the issue is that the problem is that so many people try to avoid the negative emotion. I don't want to feel rejected. So I'm going to wait until someone has already expressed interest in me, so that lowers my chance of rejection. Whereas what you really need to do is actually just acknowledge that you can get rejected. It's not about a no damage run. It's about healing up after taking damage. And once you can do that, then you can ask people out. Because then they can turn you down and it hurts, but it hurts for a day. You go talk to your therapist about it. You feel better tomorrow. You try again next week.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing is, you've been talking about a lot about, seeing someone and, and asking someone out, and I mentioned this before about I'm afraid it might create like an awkward situation between us. Like if I were to ask out a classmate or a coworker or someone at the gym, I don't want to, think that they might see me as like as like a creepy dude or something like that. So
Sure.
how do I manage that?
Yeah, so can I give you some like practical tips to avoid being creepy?
Yeah.
So I mean, are you interested in things that you can do that will reduce your creepiness? Or do you think it's like emotional?
I think I got a pretty good idea how to avoid being creepy, but yeah, I would like to hear your thoughts.
Well, you tell me. How can you avoid being creepy?
Well, being persistent, like
Good.
if they say no, just say no, and I guess not not being creepy, not being like self-aware of what you're doing or how the person feels. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I think persistence is a big part of it. So people are perceived as creeps when they're persistent. I think another really important thing is that whoever you ask out, man or woman, needs a safe way to exit and say no. So as an example, if you're attracted to someone in your class, I would wait until they're on the way out from something. So even like right before finals and stuff, like if you're never going to see this person again, they should be able to exit their relationship with you if they want to. So if you have a group project that's 12 weeks long, I would not ask them out on week 1. I would wait until week 11 because they've got a safe exit. Another thing that you can do that really, really helps is ask someone out in the presence of people that they feel comfortable with, which we are oftentimes embarrassed about. But the best way to ask out a girl is when she is with her friends. So she feels safe. Right? You have to say, hey, I mean, hopefully you know them, so you know their name and stuff. I was wondering if you wanted to grab dinner. It's sort of a Chad move anyway. But like the whole point is that you don't want to like corner her somewhere or wait till she's alone and then like ambush. Because that's what dudes do. They're like, I'm going to wait until she is alone. That's a fucking ambush. No wonder they feel like, because you're literally waiting. You're like watching. She's like talking to her friends. One friend is gone. Second friend is gone. Third friend is gone. Now's my chance. You want to go out sometime? And then she's like, what? Where'd you come from? Oh, I was waiting behind that pillar over there until your friends left. What the fuck? You get me? So like she needs an exit. And like if her friends are around, that's reduces the creepiness because you're making your intentions very clearly known. And then if it's awkward, you can just acknowledge the awkwardness once. And then step back. You can say, hey, so I also would not ask out women at the gym, by the way, just as a rule. But you know, so like I would not ask out a woman at their work, like if they are working and it's part of their job to like be nice to you. So they need an exit. But I would, and if it's awkward, if you ask someone out in a class and they're like in your class, you can say, hey, I apologize if I put you in a weird situation. I swear I won't bother you again. If there's anything that I can do to help you like feel more comfortable, like it's totally fine by me that you said no. I was just interested, was wondering if, you know, you were interested too. No big deal. You can kind of acknowledge it once. And then you did it. You can say, I'm sorry if I put you in an awkward spot. And then that's done. And then they're going to feel awkward a little bit. You're going to feel awkward a little bit. And then you pretend it never happened. So if you have to like work with them again, or if you have to like be in a class with them, or you guys get assigned a group project or whatever, you can just treat her like you would treat everyone else. And then eventually, paradoxically, the more y'all interact, the less awkward it's going to be, unless you persist with particular things.
Interesting. I guess my question is, how do women feel when they're like in the end of it and they have to reject the guy? Like, how do they feel about the guy afterwards? Is my question.
Okay, so that's a great question and a terrible question at the same time. So here's what's great about the question. You're curious about how women feel about it. Here's what's terrible about the question. How do they feel? They are human beings that have a whole spectrum of feelings. Some of them love rejecting men, and they get some sense of validation out of it. Some of them have no problem rejecting men, and it's totally fine. You can ask me out. I'm glad you were transparent about it. They're totally fine rejecting you. They don't feel guilty. They don't think you're a loser or anything like that. Some women have a lot of trouble rejecting men, and they feel so damn guilty for hurting someone else, they end up saying yes and enter into relationships that they're not even interested in. So women don't feel one way about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I also encourage you, I'm not trying to shame you by pointing that out to you, but I think it's a common problem that like you're trying to figure, like they have just as varied experiences as men do. All men are not the same. All women are not the same. But what I think is awesome about it is I think you should talk to some women that you know about that. Maybe I'm actually giving you terrible advice because I'm not a woman. I haven't been approached in a gym and asked out. Right? But I think it's great that you're asking, like, how do they deal with rejection? And I think generally speaking, the takeaway that I've seen for most women, we're talking about the bell curve here, is that if you're respectful, if they've got an exit strategy and they feel safe, it's actually fine. The problem is that oftentimes what men need to feel comfortable asking women out puts them in a situation where they feel safe. And the best example is, like I said, about stalking her until she's alone and then pouncing. It's like your comfort is coming at the cost of her comfort. But generally speaking, I think women are okay being asked out. Like it's a flattering kind of thing. How would you feel if someone asked you out?
Yeah, I guess flattered as well. But yeah, I guess flattered. Like I'm the type of person who wouldn't make a big deal out of it. I wouldn't think they're trying to do something like nefarious or something like that.
Okay, so just what chat is saying, okay? Because like there are actual women in chat. So chat is saying, please treat women like human beings. We're just people like you. So some people are saying exactly. One person is saying I'd feel bad saying no. One person is saying terrified. One person is saying I would cry with gratitude. Another person is saying I'd be happy, to be honest. Someone else is saying never happened, so I wouldn't know. Do not sneak attack, but it's nice to be asked out. Words to live by. Flattered. Okay? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so.
What are you thinking, Alex?
I'm still thinking that, how do I get my like foot in the door? And I don't want to. And it feels like you're not asking out random strangers, but you are asking out someone that you're friendly with. Like not like
Sure.
a total friend, but like somewhere in between. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so
And I'm not. And I'm trying to find what that middle ground looks like.
perfect. I think that's super solid, dude, because my sense is that you don't need to start asking out random people in random places that you never met before. But I do think you are filtering out too many opportunities. So I'm not saying that you should disable all filters, but I suspect that the bar that you need to ask someone out and feel comfortable asking someone out has the rate so far is 0 within 8 years. So you got to like filter a little bit less. And somehow that turned into advice, but you know, so you got to take that with a grain of salt because I haven't asked anyone out in like a while, like 15 years.
Yeah, I guess when the setting is like appropriate or something, whether it's like at a bar or a party, because like when I hear people meeting their significant others, the most common place I hear is either at school, at work, or or with a group of friends, and that's mainly how I see other women as well.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Oh, yeah. Um, I guess what I've been observing is when people say where they find their significant other, it's either in school or at work or with a group of friends. So that's where I find or talk to most women as well. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm like don't that's why I'm asking about like the rejection and the awkwardness and something like that.
Yeah, so I mean, I think a big part of it is like you've got to be able to tolerate some amount of negative emotion. I think you're better than you give yourself credit for, as I said. So I know it's scary because oftentimes, even if we tolerate a lot, it's like a little bit more will feel like drowning. But I think just what I'm hearing from you, Alex, is that life is passing you by. And so that we can't let that keep happening, dude. And I don't think people are going to judge you. Like if it takes you 2 years to ask a girl out, I think that's fine. Like I don't think that at 28 anyone's going to judge you for that. Or maybe I'm sure there are people who will judge you. The people that you want relationships with won't really care about it very much. But I think the real, it's not about what they think. It's just the fact that like I'm hearing someone who's not living the life that they deserve to live. And the tolerating a little bit of a negative emotion to start living your life, bro, like that's a good trait. I really hope you're able to push yourself to make it.
Sure. When you say having opportunities to ask women out, what kind of setting are you thinking about when you're saying this?
I'm not thinking about a setting. That, once again, is a great question and a terrible question because it's not like there's a particular setting. Right? So I said no to the gym. So it's a very reasonable question. But I think it's just like any opportunity where there's someone there, you should just think about, okay, does this person have, I don't think it's a particular setting. I think it's like escape and safety. That's the really important thing you should be looking for. Whether it's a car wash or burger joint or whatever, And then this is also why like people do the high school stuff, which is like, hey, you're so-and-so's friend, right? Do you know if she likes me? Like, would she be open to me, like, asking her out? Like, you can also try that stuff. And people are wondering why don't we ask women out at the gym? I mean, you can, but this is one of the places that a lot of the women that I have known and worked with do not appreciate that, because they're usually at the gym and they don't want to be disturbed. They're there to work out, not meet people. And so the other challenge with the gym is that after you ask someone out, like, they sort of want to keep working out there, right? So that's where it happens, and sometimes people will, meet at the gym, fall in love, get married years later, and have kids and happily ever after. It does happen. But just based on the feedback that I've gotten from many women, they just don't appreciate being asked out at the gym. Anyway, that was an aside. What are you thinking, Alex? I don't think there's a particular setting. I think it's, but if you want to, in a social setting, that's fine. Like, you figure out what the requirements you need are.
Yeah, I guess what I'm thinking right now is, what can I do to gain confidence and not fear rejection or like something like that?
Yeah, so you can try getting rejected. But I do think getting a mental health evaluation is not a bad starting place for you. Oftentimes, I think coaching could be sufficient, and coaching could absolutely help you. I mean, like, you're basically the profile of half of our clients. So people who need to better understand their emotions and need to understand how their emotions shape their behaviors, and then dismantling the process of letting your emotions control your behaviors, which is really what we work on. And we use like this Vedic psychology model, which is like this Eastern crap around meditation. That's kind of the core model that we use to focus on behavioral change. But in your case, I would really consider starting at least with a mental health evaluation. And what you really need is better emotional coping strategies so that you can have the confidence that when this person rejects me, it won't destroy me. I'll be fine by tomorrow or by next week. And once you know that you don't have to worry about taking damage because you can heal yourself, then it becomes easy.
Okay, that sounds good. And I'm definitely in the process of working to better myself and to into working towards getting better opportunities for me and such.
So if you want a tidbit, if I were your coach, Alex, what I would ask you is, do you know any women right now that you're interested in asking out?
No. Unfortunately, no.
Okay. Are you sure?
Well, I don't really have many friends at all, actually.
Okay.
Like, the only women I see is at work and at school.
Okay. So what do you think you could do to meet more people?
To put myself out there, to find opportunities, to and to maybe look for people who have similar hobbies as I do, and so it could easier to relate to or to like bond
Okay.
with people.
I want you to tell me, are you watching stream? Can you see my face?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm looking at chat
I
right now.
want you to tell me, okay, is this putting myself out there? Or is this how do I put myself out there? Is this it? I'm moving out.
No,
Okay.
by
Tell me,
going outside
I'm
and-
going to look for opportunities. What does an opportunity look like? Where do I look for an opportunity? I don't see any opportunities. How do I find an opportunity? Maybe I should put myself out there more. I still don't see any. How do I find an opportunity, Alex?
I see your point.
What's my point?
That what I'm saying is just words. It's not really
What are you
actions.
saying? What is the classification of what you're saying?
Um,
It's a goal,
big.
not an action.
Okay.
So, like your brain, like literally put yourself out there means what? What can you do? What's an action you can take to meet more people?
What can I... Man, I'm blanking on this one. I don't have a
Great.
answer. Yeah.
Good. So I know it sounds kind of weird, but this is exactly the problem, is that you don't have an answer. I wouldn't expect you to have an answer. The whole point is that you don't have an answer. So what you need to do is actually come up, like you're like literally think about your brain does not know how to start acting towards your goal. Right? You see that?
Yes.
I swear to God, I'm not trying to make you feel stupid about yourself. Please don't feel stupid. I think this is honestly, dude,
okay.
it's holding you back. Because you don't know, you're setting some kind of, like, this is what happens. We all use these vague, what do you want to do with your life? I want to be successful. What the fuck does that mean? How do you even start doing that? We all get so caught up with goals that we don't even think about, like, where to start. Because the other thing about a goal is, like, where you end up. But where you end up is not the hard part. How to get there is the hard part. And how to get there starts with the now. And so I would encourage you to really think, and like I said, if I were your coach, this is how I would approach this. If I was your psychiatrist, I would approach it differently. But what I would say is like literally think for a little while about what you can do over the course of the next week to meet more people. And then it's like you're going to come up with a list. And then what's going to happen is you're going to have some kind of emotional barrier. Because you're going to come up with an answer, but then your brain isn't going to want to do it. Because you're going to feel something uncomfortable. Then you work through that emotion and then you actually go do it. And then you start meeting people. And then you're kind of getting out there and you're making friends. And then suddenly, like, it's like dominoes. Like, we talked about this vicious cycle. The vicious cycle moves in the other direction too. Once you get one thing going, and I think you're going to the gym, that's awesome, dude. I know it sounds like you may think you're a loser, but honestly, you're doing really well. You've got a job, that's a win. You go to the gym, that's a win. My guess is due to your confidence, you're selling yourself short on your physical attractiveness. So based on cognitive bias of people in my community, I think if you're part of the Healthy Gamer community and you're calling into Dr. K, your physical attractiveness is 1 to 2 points higher than what you think it is. And then you're living at home, which sucks. And do women want independent men? Sure. But the whole point is that due to like circumstances outside of your control, like the pandemic and inflation, all this other crap, 51+% of people are living at home. Because it's just not affordable.
I also don't have a car, so I don't have that going for me.
Okay. Right? So here I am trying to pump you up, and what are you doing?
Bringing myself down.
There you go. You don't like being pumped up. You wait this whole time to tell me you don't have a car. Why?
I should have mentioned it before. I feel like it matters somewhat.
It does matter because you need to convince me and yourself that you are not dateable. Because as long as you're not dateable, you can continue doing what you're doing. So I'm going to stop complimenting you or trying to encourage you, because the more I encourage you, what's going to happen?
I'll put myself down.
100%. And then you're going to walk away from this conversation having a habit of putting yourself down. So let's try the reverse. You ready?
True.
Alex, I think you're screwed, bro.
No, I got things going for me.
What? What do you have going for you?
Well, I'm working on my physical health. I'm going to school to get an education and hopefully get a career that pays well. And I don't think I'm that bad. I just need to groom myself and give myself a little touch up. I don't think I'm that bad looking.
honestly, it sounds like you're a work in progress, and I know a lot of women who would be okay with that. Let's see what happens now.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I don't think I'm undateable. I guess this sounds like kind of a bit insilly, but I guess if like a woman has a chance to 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 know me, I guess she'll see I have good qualities. That's worth dating.
Yeah, you convinced me, dude. I don't think that
Yeah,
sounds incelly at all. I think it's the opposite.
I think it sounds like give me a chance, please. I'm good. Give me a chance. That's what I thought was like insulting.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think so. I think what you said is actually that if someone gets to know me, they'll see that I have aspects of being a decent human being. So I think the fact that you thought that, this is what's bizarre, you thought that a self-affirming and positive thing is bad. Right? Like, that's what's weird. I think that's the problem, is that self-affirming things feel incelly to you. Which
Yeah.
by the way, I just connected, I think does make sense. Right? Because oftentimes incels will say, I'm not the problem, someone else is the problem. If only someone could see me and give me a chance and all that kind of stuff. So I see where you're coming from. I missed that.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. So that's a mistake on my part. But anyway, Alex, I good luck to you, dude. Any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up?
No, I just want to say thank you so much, doctor, and this is a really important talk. I'm definitely gonna talk about, my mental health professional
Good.
about like what's going on with me.
Yeah, and
And
what
yeah.
I'd say is that if you kind of strike out with a mental health professional, then you should consider something like coaching, but I would definitely start there. Okay?
Yeah, this is definitely a really great talk, and I'm really glad I had this opportunity to have this talk with you.
Great. I'm thrilled that you came on, and I'm grateful to you too.
All right. Do you know what my gamer tag is? Can you see it?
Yeah. For the boys?
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
glad you came on for the boys. Like, that's literally who we're trying to help today.
Yeah.
Unless that has some meaning that I don't understand.
Nah, that's what we call my group of friends,
Okay.
the boys. So
Cool.
I'm doing this for the boys.
Yeah.
This is all for the boys.
So we're gonna have to change your gamer tag because we're promoting people today.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to up. You could choose. I'll give you a choice. You can upgrade to for the ladies or for the men. Which one feels right to you?
I don't know. I kind of like the boys because it feels like
Okay, well,
like
when you're ready to
a form
evolve,
of camaraderie.
sure, I'm with you. And
Okay.
the next statement is going to be a trolling statement, okay, not a real statement. So don't take it personally. But when you're ready
Okay.
to grow the fuck up, you can change it to for the men.
Front of it. I got you.
Right?
Yeah. I thought it was a funny name, so
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's a great
so-
name. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck, Alex.
Thank you so much, doctor.
Adios.
Bye.
All right, we've got two more, but just a quick heads up. So, this is really important to understand. Sometimes you have to be careful about how you talk to yourself. And this is something that, I mean, hopefully you all saw this today, but our mind responds to statements in a weird way. Like sometimes we're just a little bit contrarian. And so you don't want to, and this is also something that like, I know it's kind of weird, but honestly, it's kind of that simple. So when we work with like coaches and stuff, part of what we teach them is how to encourage positive self-talk. And this is important because you can't do it through affirmation, or it's not that you can't do it. Affirmations don't work that well. So like if I were to force Alex into an affirmation, he would be bullied by the power dynamic and say whatever I forced him to say, but internally he'd be rejecting it. And so what I really think, if you guys are interested in this kind of stuff, and more importantly, the connection between emotions and action, and understanding like this confidence piece and how it relates, because it's not just confidence. It's not just emotional. And this is the part that I felt was lacking in my therapy training. I'm not saying that therapists can't do this. It's just not a part of their model usually, right? So Freud didn't ultimately talk about the 5 steps to asking people out, nor did Jung. Aaron Beck is more in that direction. So that's one of the cool things about CBT is very behavior focused, as is motivational interviewing. But this is where like the key thing here is sometimes there are these other cognitive problems, like you have goals, but you don't have actions. And how do you get started on that? So that's the kind of stuff that I've sort of noticed is missing with a lot of therapists, which is the whole point behind coaching. So if your goal is like action or accomplishment, then coaching's a good fit. Even CBT is it depends on the CBT therapist that you get. Okay, let's keep going. CBT is really good. Hello. Hello?
Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you now.
All right, awesome.
What's up, dude?
Doing well. I'm enjoying the stream.
Cool. Thank you for coming on today.
Yeah, thanks.
What do you go by?
Danny.
Danny. So we're talking about virginity today, Danny?
Indeed, we are. So just for a little bit of context, so you know, I'm currently 18 and I have a boyfriend, but I'm a virgin. So I
Okay.
thought that was a pretty interesting topic.
Okay.
And I also wanted to talk about, well, in my country, the age of consent is 15.
Okay.
So my peer, like sometimes I talk to my peers about their experiences and stuff like that, and how sometimes that can feel quite alienating, or like you can be a bit pushed aside since you don't have that experience.
Okay. So, okay. Was there more context you wanted to offer? This is very helpful, by the way, Danny.
Not really. If you want to
Okay.
ask something, go
Yeah,
ahead. I'm
I
open,
want to
but-
ask a lot of things, so many things. So first of all, thank you very much for coming on today. And so do you identify as a man?
Yes.
Okay. And so, okay, so and how old is your boyfriend?
He's 17.
Okay. So you said something about like, so the age of consent is 15. So it sounds like people in your country will become sexually active quite early.
Yeah, I've noticed that even some people, like it's quite common for people to have their first sexual experience even before that age, which I
Okay.
think is a bit much, but yeah.
And so how do people, it seemed like there was some value placed on having a sexual experience at a particular age. So how do people around you think about it?
I don't think I'd call it a value per se. Like it's more that just it's an experience, like skiing or riding a bike. It's just something that a lot of people do, and when you haven't experienced it, you just can't join the conversation and can't talk about it, you know?
So do you feel like you're missing out on conversations as a result?
It's not like common, but yeah, sometimes it feels kind of just strange having people talk about it.
Okay. And how do you feel about being a virgin?
Um, Rationally, like as a person who thinks a lot, I don't mind it at all. But emotionally, sometimes it can feel a bit like I'm not maturing fast enough or stuff like that. And also, it's a bit strange because I won't talk about this if you don't want to, but like I'm a very sexual person. I'm like interested in sexuality and stuff like that.
What does it mean to be? I have no problem talking about it unless it's against like TOS or something. But
No, nothing like that.
so what does it mean to be a very sexual person?
Well, I like discovered my sexuality both in the terms of like who I like and what I like, quite young. So I've
How
had a lot
young?
of time. Um, I believe around 13 is when I started discovering stuff.
Okay.
And so I've had a lot of time to like discover stuff and think about stuff. So like kinks and fetishes and relationship dynamics, these things are something I've educated myself quite a lot about. And so yeah.
I know what a kink is and I know what a fetish is. What do you mean by relationship dynamics? I don't.
Um, like in a BDSM sense,
I
like
see. Okay.
yeah,
Okay. So relationship dynamics within certain kinds of sexual relationships.
yes.
Okay. So not like how should I talk to my doctor? Should I send them a thank you note or not? It's relating to
No, no,
sex.
no.
Okay. So and so you said that rationally you're totally fine with being a virgin, but there's some part of you that feels not okay with it.
Yeah.
And can you help me understand that part?
It's quite hard to describe, but just sometimes emotions or feelings don't exactly line up with rational thinking. It's kind of what you mentioned with, or what you talk about with focusing meditation, where you focus your mind and hold your attention there, you know.
And so what kind of feelings come up that conflict with your rational mind?
Well, in the terms of virginity, I feel like again, I just don't see any real issue with it rationally. But for example, if I'm talking with my boyfriend or like if I'm on a date with him, I may feel like, wow, I've already been with him for a little while and I'm pretty old. How come I've never had a sexual experience and he has? So it just feels a bit weird, you know?
Do you feel behind?
Yeah, you could say that a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind if do you identify as a particular kind of sexuality? I mean, sorry, like what your sexual preferences? Do you have a label for that?
Yeah, pansexual. I just don't really
Okay.
care there much about the gender.
Do you think that being pansexual intersects with being a virgin in a different way than for like heteronormative people?
Hmm. It's an interesting question. I'm not exactly sure how you mean it. Could you specify
Yeah.
a little bit?
So for example, like I've worked with certain men who are gay who will feel more ashamed of being virgins because there's this assumption that gay dudes are always down to fuck.
I understand.
And so like
Yeah.
a 26-year-old dude who's heterosexual and a virgin is like somewhat of a loser, but there's a ton of shame at least, and there's a selection bias here because I'm a psychiatrist, right? So
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
but some of the men that I've worked with will feel like being a 26-year-old gay virgin sometimes feels like more shameful than being a 26-year-old heterosexual virgin.
hmm
Although many of the heterosexual virgins I've worked with would disagree with that. But I almost get the sense that people who are queer in some way judge themselves by like a different standard.
Well, th this is very biased because I'm not sure if this is just a matter of how queer is linked with kink or if it's just because of my bubble that I've made. But I feel like a lot of queer people do end up being more sexual. So yeah, I can see there being that kind of sense, but I haven't really noticed it before. This is just a new
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
So I'm not hearing that for you being pansexual and a virgin necessarily like intersects or compounds or anything like that.
Maybe like a tiny bit unconsciously, but not really on a big level.
What about kink and virgin?
Yeah, that's there's definitely an intersection there.
Okay. So, can you help me understand that?
Well, um, just the fact that I'm thinking about sexual stuff more than the regular person by maybe a quite large margin. It feels strange to me that, for example, a friend that might not have the same kind of knowledge as me has had a more direct experience than I have, you know?
Okay. And so, is there a particular reason you haven't engaged in some kind of sexual act or kink so far?
Um, Not really, mostly just logistical issues
Okay.
of just being young and not having money.
Okay. All right. And so, I mean, do you feel comfortable with the relationship that you're in with your boyfriend?
Um, Pretty much, yeah, yeah.
So, I'm kind of hearing. So let me. Can I try to summarize?
Of course, go
Um,
ahead.
and what do you go by again, by the way?
Danny.
Danny. Okay. So Danny, so it sounds like you identify with a particular kink or fetish. You're pretty confident in that, and that this is part
Mhm.
of who you are and what you're interested in sexually. You're pansexual. You're 18. You're dating someone who has more sexual experience than you are. I'm hearing on the one hand that you're like totally fine with being a virgin. I'm also not hearing that other people judge you for being a virgin.
Um, no, that hasn't really been my experience, at least with my peers.
Okay. So it sounds like you've got a pretty good supportive peer group.
Yeah, you can say that, yeah.
Yeah. And it sounds like you're maybe feeling a little bit behind, but you're pretty okay with where you are.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
And I'm not hearing that there's a particular pressure. Like I said, I've worked with some people who have felt a lot of pressure being part of non heteronormative communities and feel like in some ways it's worse. But I'm not really hearing that from you.
Maybe it's just because like it's not something I talk about that much. Maybe like I've mentioned it a few times to friends, but it's not something I talk about a lot. And with people online in those kink communities, they actually seem to be pretty accepting and like supporting of other people because just they understand the experience of it not being super easy.
Yeah, so that's a really interesting point. Just that, I guess it makes sense that people who are part of kink communities will be less sexually judgmental
Oh yeah,
because,
definitely.
right? So that it sounds like they have a lot of compassion and may not be as judgmental towards particular sexual achievements, which is really interesting. I'd never really thought about it that way, but it makes a lot of sense. So maybe what we need to do is send all the incels to kink forums.
You joke, but actually there's a lot of sexual and relationship positivity in those kinds of communities that
That
actually may help those people.
Yeah. So I'm curious. I mean, have you had incels as part of those communities?
Mm, I don't think so, no.
I mean, you're right that I was joking, but since you're saying actually, I'm wondering. So, a lot of people are asking, what can we do about incels? Everything from send them to jail to help them, send them to therapists. This is the first time I've ever heard the answer. Maybe send them to a kink fetish community on the internet. But who knows? Maybe that's a part of the answer.
Perhaps, perhaps.
Yeah. So, Danny, I don't really have more questions for you because I think you've actually done a really beautiful job of kind of like explaining your context and how you feel about stuff. So, nothing's really popping to top of mind for me. Anything else that you want to add or any questions that you want to ask?
Um, yeah, perhaps we could talk about I could add a little bit of context with my boyfriend,
Sure.
but I really don't want to go into specifics just because of privacy and
Of
stuff.
course.
He has had some really bad experiences sexually with his past partners,
Uh huh.
and I feel like that may actually be kind of linked to that. Well, I mentioned that I'm pretty comfortable with my relationship with him.
Mm-hmm.
But perhaps I feel like maybe I don't want to say that I'm not able to or that I can't like be sexual with him, but I feel like there's it's kind of hard to put into words. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. So let me take a stab at this. So sometimes when we have a sexual partner who has had bad sexual experiences in the past, there is a hesitation on our part to engage in a sexual relationship or advocate or push for a sexual relationship. Is that kind of the direction of where you're going?
Yes, yes. It feels kind of like not maybe even predatory to like make the first move. Um,
Yeah.
because they just had a bad experience and I don't want to cause them more harm, you know?
And how do you think you should approach that situation?
I mean, my default answer to anything regarding relationships is just talking with them. And I have done that a little bit, but this is again something where I feel like I don't want to push them or like trigger them or anything in that regard.
Yeah, of course. So I'm hearing that you're quite thoughtful about not triggering your boyfriend. And you said you talked about it a little bit. Like, how was that communication received?
He was open, or like he said he was open, and he he was thankful that I was like thinking about him and assured me. But I still feel like maybe um, oftentimes maybe oftentimes people just say they're okay with things even though they completely aren't, and I fear that this might be one of those cases.
Sure. So let's assume two things. Okay. This is beautiful, Danny. So let's assume that he's okay with it. What does he say to you?
Well, that he's okay with it.
And let's say he's not okay with it. What does he say to you?
Well, there's two options depending on how exactly his brain works and how he feels about rejection. Either he says he is okay with it, or he says he isn't.
And what are you responsible for?
For the answer he gives me, yeah.
Right? So I think this is where, out of compassion, sometimes what we'll do in relationships is we'll actually take responsibility away from someone else.
So perhaps it's like taking agency from them, even.
Absolutely. Because let's say that your boyfriend is horny and he's worried because you're a virgin. And you've got kid gloves on when you're kind of talking to him about it because you don't want to trigger him. He feels that hesitance. And then he's like concerned. And so he's not talking with you because he's afraid.
Yeah, I understand.
And
That's
this way
interesting.
you'll live the next 50 years of your life in a loving, sexless relationship. That's how it happens. Right? So I think it's good for you to be compassionate. I do think that you should be aware of potential signals, right? And this is where like giving him an out. But sometimes instead of having a conversation about sex itself, you can actually have a conversation about your concerns. And you can say, hey, we've talked a little bit about sex, but sometimes I hesitate to even talk about sex because I'm afraid that I may be pressuring you, and you said you were okay talking about it, but I worry that if you weren't, I wouldn't be able to tell. Does that make sense? I know I said something, but just let him know, hey, how am I supposed to know whether you're really okay with it or not? Because it's a concern that I have. And then y'all first start with that concern.
Okay, that makes
and then you
makes a
talk
lot of
about
sense.
sex. Cool.
Yeah. This was a much shorter talk.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think each talk has something different, and I don't think that longer is necessarily better than shorter.
Fair enough, makes sense. Well, thanks so much for
Thank
all your
you.
advice.
Danny, I really appreciate that you offered a non-heteronormative perspective. I think that's really important.
Yeah, I think that there is actually a difference in how relationships and even virginity directly is viewed
Yeah,
by the two groups.
can you tell me what that is? How is it different?
Well, we did talk about how like virginity can sometimes be viewed as more normal in queer spaces, or sorry, as less normal,
Yeah, okay.
and there can be more pressure. But mm, just the way that queer people talk, I think. Give me a second to think.
Sure.
We I touched on the fact that I actually don't talk to people about like virginity much. That it's a very like a pretty private and sensitive topic, right?
Mhm.
But again, this might be just my bubble and my bias, but from the queer people that I've talked to, it seems that sexuality and talking about your experiences and stuff like that can be much more normalized. So perhaps it's not even that there's an expectation, but it's just that because it's talked about more, there can be a bit more pressure because it gives the people to pressure the other person, which might have otherwise not even known they were a virgin. You know.
Do you feel pressure?
Me personally, no, not really.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense that the community is more kind of sex positive and more communication oriented. Like these topics aren't taboo. And I think it also makes sense that since everyone's talking about sex all the time, it may feel weird to be a virgin
Yeah,
in the sexual
exactly.
community. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So cool. Thank you so much for those insights, Danny.
Yeah, I'm glad I could help a little bit.
Take care and good luck with everything with your boyfriend. I hope things work out well for you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Hello.
Hello?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Oh, hello. Hey, hello, I'm Josh. I heard that put a call out for virgins, so here I am.
Just talking about virginity. It's not necessarily a call out for virgins.
Oh, well, I just outed myself, so
Yeah,
there we
we're
go.
making a sacrifice for the gods, and so we're looking for virgins.
Right, right. Yeah,
Um, all right, so let's yeah. So, but it sounds like you're a virgin, Josh. So nice to meet you.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so tell me a little bit about virginity.
About it, well, I don't know. It kind of sucks, you know. I mean, well, I'm 30, so it's gotten pretty old at this point, you know. Um, And I mean, it's not like totally like the sexual part, I guess. Like, it's also like I just haven't like dated really. So it just kind of like like makes me sort of feel unlovable, you know.
How long have you felt unlovable?
Uh, I guess would be like I guess would be like maybe like 6 or 7 years or something by now, just because like because like it was kind of like as like kind of like I don't know, optimism faded away, it's just like kind of got replaced by that kind of feeling uh since it's been since it's been all well it's been my whole life, but like well like when you're in like high school or like college, you kind of think like oh I'm just slow, or whatever, or late bloomer,
Mhm.
that kind of thing. But then, like once I hit 30, it's like there's some else going on.
And what do you think is going on?
Uh, well, when I try to think about it, I just feel like, I never got like feel like it's like maybe like a momentum thing. Like I never like got started. So like, and then like while like other people are like, more experienced, like, I'm just kind of like stuck in this place where I just like people like I don't know. I think like women like wouldn't want to date like a guy that's like, like I'm just like in the place of like I don't know, like an 18-year-old right now, so like, or just, I mean, like as far as like relationships experience goes, like, like um I just
Y-
feel like, yeah, I'm just totally left behind, maybe.
Sure, of course. So I'm hearing that, and so I mean, so you mentioned momentum. So it sounds like starting early is like kind of an advantage. It's almost like we're kind of thinking like snowball, right? Where it starts small, but the earlier you start, the bigger it grows and it starts picking up speed. So do you kind of feel like you missed the boat?
Well, yeah, kind of, just because like um like I'm not good at it, yeah, or dating, and like I guess, like if you're younger, like other people are not good at dating too, but I understand that there's probably like some other people out there, but I mean, I don't,
Josh,
but I mean, I just don't know.
what's the relationship between experience and being good at dating? How are those two variables
Uh,
connected?
right. I mean, I don't know. I like, just when it comes to like all kinds of things in life, I feel like, like I just like to at least like have experience with things, like I don't like jump into like I'll jump into like a plat game,
Sure,
I'm over
sure.
here in like Bronze League.
Yeah. So let me ask you something. Which game are we referring to when you say plat and bronze? Are we talking about like Valorant or League or what? What?
Uh, well, I don't play. I play Rocket League.
Okay. So
But
so
I'm
let
not
me ask you, like, what is the
I'm not Bronze
correlation
though.
between experience and skill at Rocket League? Is someone who plays 10,000 hours better than someone who plays 100?
Yeah, no, not necessarily. I mean, just
Yeah, so I think I know it's bizarre, but there's a big assumption for people who haven't had relationships that experience means I'm way behind. There are a lot of people who are 30 who are really bad at relationships and have had a ton of experience. And paradoxically, sometimes the people who have the worst, who are the worst at relationships, are the ones that have the most experience at them. Can you imagine how that would be?
yeah, 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 I totally get that. I mean, yeah, I mean, I have noticed that, yeah. But I mean, maybe I was just thinking that like because I don't know. I mean, I'm bad at like I mean, based on the fact that I don't have dates, I figured that I was bad at getting dates, like
Sure.
or
And you may be. So I'm curious. Why don't you have dates? What do you think?
well, I think it's like I said about like the slow start. It's been kind of like an inverse relationship between like much social like how much social situation I'm in versus uh like how mature I am or like where I am in life, like because now I like have a job, apartment, car, like all that stuff,
Nice.
like I've been working on myself like physically, mentally, and so I like think I'm in like a good place, but like, like I'm not in like school anymore. My job is like not with other people and it's like the schedule's all weird. So like it's hard to hard to like if I wanted to like join a club or something, or like try to do something where I like meet people, like my schedule's all over the place, so it's like not something I can do consistently. So, but I
Sure.
mean, I don't think that I'm like I feel on level, but I don't think like I'm like a terrible person, like undateable. Like I think I'm like all right, but it's just like like I said, it's just like I never started, and I'm just I don't know. I just don't know why like I haven't
Sure.
moved
A-
in that amount of time.
And I'm hearing that you don't know how to get started.
Well, I mean, maybe I know like like those things I was talking about that but I just haven't done those things, or like
Why haven't you done those things?
I don't know. I don't do a lot of things that I want to do. Like
Okay.
I just like I have all these things, that like I want to do, or like I know I should do, or like that. Um, but I mean, I guess I just end up just not doing anything. Uh,
What's your understanding of why you don't do why don't you do the things that you want to do? What gets in the way?
uh, I think maybe I was just like stuck in a routine of being kind of lazy, like 'cause like well, I kind of had to get used to it, like. Because like if I didn't have any friends or a girlfriend or anything, and it's just like I'm just like alone, so I gotta like you know just kind of like fill the time. I don't know, like playing games or something, and then
Okay. Okay. So let me ask
yeah,
are you doing okay with this line of questioning, Josh?
yeah.
Okay.
Whatever you ask. Yeah.
So some stuff is not quite adding up for me. So let me ask you this.
Okay.
So you went to college, it sounds like?
Yeah. Well, I did the gifted kid thing where I didn't study in high school, and then I got into college and then dropped out.
Okay. And so have you been in situations? So you said like up until 24, you were like not quite, you still had kind of like optimistic, right? It'll happen one day. Doesn't happen for everyone right away. As people get older, they figure this
Right.
out and I will figure it out too, right?
Right.
Have there been situations where you have been attracted to someone, interested in someone? Like, so it sounds like now you're kind of like, you live the life of a little bit of a hermit. Like, it sounds like you work
Yeah.
virtually and you don't really socialize very much. But have you
Well,
always
yeah.
kind of
Not.
been a hermit?
Um. Yeah, I've always been like a bit of a hermit, I guess. But yeah, like like when I got this, I mean, like so like the past like 6 years or whatever, I've had this job, but like it's not a remote job, but like I moved to a new city like every 2 years. Um,
Hmm.
and so, like it was hard enough like to make friends anyways, but then, like a completely new city, it's just like just, thrown off the deep end, and then there was like the pandemic, so like just it's just like feels like a bunch of sort of stumbling blocks, or not stumbling. I mean, I feel like they've like I haven't even gotten they're like walls, I haven't even gotten over them.
Sure. So Josh, I'm trying to figure something out. So sometimes when people are 30 and are kind of like, somewhat isolated, and they
Uh,
mention things like circumstances and moving and stuff like that, sometimes they were still kind of isolated even before the circumstances were against them. So like even in school and stuff, they had difficulty forming relationships, or in college. So it's useful to hear that you dropped out, because I was kind of curious like what kept you from dating in college. But if you sort of dropped out, then that sort of makes sense. And
right. Well, I mean, I spent like a year there, and I like didn't do any like social clubs or make any friends or anything either. So it was
so I mean,
like
do you have friends today?
Uh, no, like not people that I like hang out with.
When was
I
the
mean, I
last
have
time
like
you had
my
a friend?
well, I like have friends that are like old friends that are like gamer friends, but like I mean, as far as like like I don't know, hanging out or going somewhere or like something like that. I mean, it's
So by gamer friends, these are people that
and
you've met in person or not met in person or now or in a different city, or what's the circumstance? Help me
yeah,
understand what that
they're
means.
like uh, no, they're old friends, but I haven't seen them in like uh, I don't know, like 8 years or something like that. But we still play games. But I
How
mean, as far as like people that I hang out with, I haven't had friends since then, since they left, I guess.
so you haven't made a new friend in 8 years?
Yeah, not nope, no, I don't
Okay.
think so.
And how many hours a week would you say you spend with your gamer friends?
Uh, Actually, not a lot anymore. Like uh, I mean, they're around the same age, but they have like lives, or like families.
Wow. How does that make you feel?
Uh, yeah, not good. Oh,
I
sorry,
I can
hang up on
imagine.
that. Yeah.
Josh, I'm gonna just toss this word out, and please don't take it the wrong way. But do you feel like a loser?
Uh, yeah, but like I felt that like more intensely, like maybe a few years ago. Like I mean, I like can still see that, but like I feel like uh it's less impactful now, but that actually worries me because like
I would be worried too.
I feel that I'm becoming complacent.
Yeah, it sounds to me like it sounds to me a little bit like you're kind of giving up hope, so it doesn't hurt as much.
Yeah.
Like you've kind of accepted that this is your lot in life, whereas like a couple years ago, like you weren't sure.
Yeah, that's yeah, that what makes me really afraid. Yeah.
How do you feel right now talking about it?
Uh I mean, I don't know. I would like uh describe the emotion I feel. I mean, I'm crying, but like
And
it's just
what emotion do you feel along with the tears?
kind of like maybe like fear and regret, maybe.
Okay.
Because I
Grief?
mean, I've wanted to change, but
Yeah.
yeah, I guess. Well, grief. I don't know. I guess I'm not very good. I don't know about grief that much, so I don't know if it's what
Sure.
it is or.
Sure. Sure. So, Josh, I'm going to kind of ask you, like, you doing like, can we keep going?
Oh yeah, yeah.
All right. So you let me know if I either overstep or, and I'll check in with you because I'm not, I can imagine that it may be hard for you to set a boundary around something like this. But so I'll check in with you one or two times. Is that cool with you? And like give you a chance to tap out?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna tap out. You can go wherever.
Okay, Mr. Chad. Um, like, I have kind of a weird question for, like, can we get philosophical for a second?
Sure, yeah.
So, what do you think would help more? So let's say that like in this moment you're talking to Dr. K and Dr. K's like there's two alternate realities. One reality is where Dr. K says, Josh, you're not a loser. You're a good human being. You have a lot to offer people. You know, like every human being has their own journey and their own karma, and they like you're beautiful on the inside. And then there's another reality where Dr. K says, you know what? Maybe you are a little bit of a loser. And sometimes it's okay to be a loser. And we have to sort of acknowledge that if you're a little bit of a loser, like, what are we going to do about it? Which one would you rather talk to?
Let's say probably the second one.
So what do you think about being a loser?
I don't know. What do you mean? What do I think about?
So I'll ask a more pointed question. Do you think
Okay.
Do you think loser is a static quality?
No, or well, no. Yeah, yes, I do think it is. Like, I don't think it's like a permanent thing.
Okay, it's not permanent. So once a loser, not always a loser.
Right.
And what so I know it sounds kind of weird, Josh, but like I don't think you're a loser. Honestly, I don't. But because it sounds like you're actually doing pretty well. Like you check a lot of the boxes. You got a car, you got an apartment, you got a job. You know, you're not living at home. Sounds like you've been working on yourself quite a bit, and you've probably mentally improved and physically improved. Fair?
Yeah.
You sound like low key, okay? I'm not going to push this on you, but it sounds like you may be a little bit of a catch. All right, but we don't have to go down that road. But the weird thing is that if you don't feel like a catch and you need to improve in some way and you feel like maybe you're a loser, I know it sounds kind of weird, but you know, I think sometimes like sort of accepting that and then changing it, because sometimes we're so hesitant to, we feel like it's a bad feeling to have, and like that's not the way, like I shouldn't think that about myself. And in a weird way, that's really invalidating. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like if I were to tell you, Josh, you're not a loser, what would your instinctive reaction be?
Instinctive. Trying to think of what I felt. I don't know. I think it feels. It doesn't feel wrong, like, but it's kind of like, I appreciate it, and I like hope that I, am not, you know.
Yeah, so I'm hearing that it's met with some skepticism.
A little bit, yeah.
Which makes sense. I think that's, there's hope. Hope is alive. Not all hope is lost. And,
right.
and yet you're not quite sure. And this is frankly, like, to be blunt, Josh, whether I think you're a loser or not doesn't matter as much. Because, at the end of this call, I'm going to go off and live my life and you're going to go off and live yours. And I can have all the positive esteem for you in the world, but how does that help you? And
right.
so this is where, in a weird way, like, I think honestly you've done pretty well, dude. Like, it sounds like you're pretty independent, which is not easy in today's world. And what I'm really hearing is that you kind of missed out on a couple of social opportunities, and now you've been sort of like stuck in a pattern that you can't break out of.
Yeah, I don't feel confident in my ability to break out of patterns.
I mean, I'm almost envisioning. Are you from the U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay, so like I'm envisioning like I'm driving on a highway, and I exit from the highway, and now I'm super confused because there are no on ramps. And so once you exit from the highway, there's no getting back on. Is that how it feels?
How what feels?
Like your life. Like, does it feel like you exited off the highway and there's no getting back on?
I don't know.
Okay. If it doesn't
I don't
resonate,
know. It feels like a highway with no off ramp. Like
cool.
continuous, just going until the end of it.
Okay. All right. So you've boarded a train. You've boarded the train to loneliness, and there's no getting off of it.
Right. Or like, yeah, like I could jump, but like it's like that, it's
What?
going fast enough where I'll live probably. I mean, I'm not saying like anything bad, but it's like kind of, I don't know, that's scary, I guess.
And okay, so I love the analogy, but let me understand, Josh. What does jumping look like practically in your life? Do you have any idea?
Uh, Not that good of an idea. Not
Okay.
a
Okay.
solid
That's totally
idea
fine.
to do.
Just that was a long shot. Okay, it was a half court shot. So, but
Right.
what I'm really, I mean, I'm hearing sure there's some stuff around dating and virginity and stuff like that, but it sounds like you're just really socially isolated to begin with.
Right.
And I'm also hearing that practically you have no way of knowing how to tackle that.
Yeah, yeah, just I mean, it seems that I'm unable to, at
Yeah.
this point.
So would you say that what's holding you back more? Like stuff on the inside or stuff on the outside?
I would say stuff on the inside because there's, all the things that I want to do or the things I want to change that I like haven't. And, I feel like if, I, it was like, if I was, maybe different on the inside, then I would be able to do those things.
And what would you be? What would need to be different about you on the inside for you to change?
Um, I feel like I would need to love myself more.
When did you stop loving yourself as much?
Uh, I don't know. It seems like kind of like, with all this like things that I like can't do um
What kind of stuff
or
can't
kind of
you?
like when or like when like the what I was saying like the optimism stuff went away. It's like, kind of like turned internally that it's like my fault.
What kind of stuff can't you do?
Like, or like uh date or like, like maybe like creative outlets that like, you know, uh require some effort, like, or I mean, even if they don't require that much effort, like I just, like never get to them. Uh, like things that I like that I know I enjoy, like are things that would like challenge me. Like I guess maybe
You
I
sound
just
very trapped to me,
do.
Josh.
Yeah, I would describe it that way, yeah.
Yeah. So let me ask you, how do people get out of traps? What do you think? Or is that too vague of a
Uh,
question?
well, I would say like my like where I would first go is like to try to like, like use my like mind, kind of like try to like reason my or like like logic
Sure.
my way like out of it. But like obviously, that hasn't worked. Like,
Why don't you think using your
I
mind
can
has
know
worked?
things. What's that?
Why do you think you're using your mind has not worked?
I think I've been like stuck like just
Mm-hmm.
completely in that direction. Like,
Yeah.
I've been like over relying on it, and it
Yep.
like without action, it's not really,
So
or like other things, it's not really helpful.
here's what I'm hearing. I think your mind isn't the key, it's the cage, dude.
Yeah.
And so the more that you try to use your mind, when you strengthen your mind and you lean into your mind, all you're doing is reinforcing the cage. And then it kind of makes sense how you're stuck, because you're trying to get out, but all you're doing is adding layers to the cage. And this is the biggest thing that I think a lot of people have trouble with. And I'm going to try to synthesize this a little bit better for you, but it sounds to me like what you need is help. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was something that when you said, try to get out of a trap, like that was something that like crossed my mind, but like I know it's not something that I do.
100%.
Um,
Why not? Now we're getting into the tough zone, okay? So I'm going to ask you hard questions, Josh, that I don't expect you to be able to answer.
yeah.
What makes it hard for you to ask for help?
Uh, I
Don't
like
try to give me the right answer. Just give me the answer that you feel if you can tap into it.
yeah. I feel like as a kid, I was uh mm, my uh one of my parents anyway had like mental health issues, so I couldn't really like I just had to like rely on myself,
Mm-hmm. So who's responsible for fixing your life?
I would say me.
Should you need help, Josh?
Uh, well, I feel like I should say yes, but I know my answer is no.
100%.
Like,
You shouldn't need help. You should be able to do it by yourself, right? Because after all, in a weird way, I think it's kind of sad. There's like so many weird like paradoxes and twists and turns here. I don't know which ones are right. But you have done such an amazing job at building a life that of course you should be able to do this thing too. Right? It's kind of weird. It's like you can handle everything else. You've got a decent job, you've got an apartment. And so interestingly enough, instead of those things giving you confidence, they almost feel to me like a burden. Like, if I can check all these boxes, why can't I do this on my own? Does that resonate with you at all?
yeah.
Like, you look at some part of your life, well, I can handle this. I dropped out of college and I managed to become financially independent and sustain myself and find a job and stuff like that. Maybe not the best job in the world, but it's like decent. I should be able to do this on my own. And so I know it sounds kind of weird, but what kind of person can do this sort of stuff on their own? I don't know if that question makes sense. It's sort of a read my mind question. But there's a certain kind of person who should be able to do this, right? Tell me about that person.
Like the person that should be able to do it. I mean,
Yeah. And what kind of person?
I don't know exactly like what kind of person, but I mean, I guess I feel like that's the person that I should be.
100%. So
But
tell me about the person that you should be.
very,
What kind of person, like if I was at a party and someone was telling me about
I
them,
don't
what
know,
would they
like
say? Hey, have you met Josh? He is ... Who do you want to be, Josh? Who should you be?
uh, I don't know. I should be. I mean, I just want to be better, I guess. But I don't know. Like, I don't have like a.
Okay, that's okay. So let me toss some stuff out, okay? And this may not land. I could be wrong here. But you know, like
Yeah.
I'm imagining that there's this idea of Josh that you have in your mind. And this is the Josh who's like bluntly a lot like you, except he's not lazy. Like he actually does the things that he should do. He goes to meetups and does investigations or like has hobbies and supports his interests and like starts to socialize. Like there's a bunch of like he's like the person who does what he's supposed to do. He's independent, more confident, not quite as lazy, not quite as in his own head. He can let things go a little bit. Does that resonate with you at all?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's the.
And so
Yeah. I mean, that's the person. Yeah.
and that's who you want to be, right?
Right.
And that person is independent. Right?
Right. Yeah.
And so in a weird way, like it feels to me like sometimes people get into this trap where in order to ask for help, like would that person ever ask for help?
I guess no, not in my mind. No, they don't.
100% not, right? So this is what's so hard about this is in order to like become that, you have to give it up. That's not what you should aspire to be. That's what you have to get away from. Because the moment that you ask for help, you are not that person. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like you're aspiring to be this like independent, confident person, and that independent, confident person will never ask for help. And what you really need is you need help. I think anyway. I mean, maybe you don't. Who knows? But like this is just where I've seen like, doing a lot of work with like addictions. So the tricky thing about addictions is everyone thinks they should be able to handle it. And it kind of makes sense, right? Like you can just not use for like one day. Like you can do that if you really put your mind to it. And most people who struggle with addictions have resisted for one day. And so they think to themselves, if I can do it for one day, or I've even been sober for a month or sober for a year, I should be able to do it. And so they don't want help. They don't think they need help. They don't even think, if I rely on help, will I ever overcome the addiction? Can you understand that line of thinking? Does that make sense to you at all?
Yeah. I can. Yeah, I just haven't look for help, or I mean, I guess I've been like kind of actively avoiding it. Like I have a,
You're damn right you have.
I have
Right? And this is the real tragedy, is that like human beings need help. We're communal creatures. And what the data on helping people recover from addictions clearly demonstrates is that actually that's not true. There's a big caveat there. But what some of the data seems to very strongly suggest is that asking for help or getting help of some kind is really how people move forward in life. Like, that's just how human beings work. And the real sad thing is, if you grew up in a household with mental illness, honestly, Josh, I don't think this is your fault. I don't think you're a loser. I don't think you're unlovable. There's a lot of data that shows that people who grow up with a parent who's mentally ill, especially if it's a bad mood disorder or a psychotic disorder, struggle to make relationships in life. And the reason they struggle to make relationships in life is because the mentally ill person is not able to bond with the child. And since the most fundamental modeling of how to bond with another human being never happens, the child struggles to form bonds their entire life. This is like, it's like the equivalent of, these kids who are never exposed to language and then learning how to talk. It becomes very hard because when your brain is like learning the rules of how do I bond with another human being, it never learns those rules because you skip the tutorial on bonding with other human beings if you have a parent who has active mental illness in the house. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it sounds exactly right. I mean, like yeah.
You don't have to answer this, but now I'm just curious for my own learning. Honestly, you don't have to, so please think about it. But I'm really curious whether you had a parent who had a bad mood disorder or a psychotic disorder growing up. But if you don't want to share their medical information on the internet, you don't have to answer. But actually, so forget that question.
No, I mean it's I think it was well, it's not psychotic, so I guess it would be mood.
Okay. And so, I mean, there's just a lot of stuff about, and both parents in the house or just one parent? Like,
one and like
grow up with two parents in the house and one?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I had two parents. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And this is honestly, dude, it's really not your, like, I'm telling you, there's science behind this kind of stuff. This is not like a personal deficiency of you. This is not like I am a weak human being. It's just, it sounds to me like you grew up in an environment where it was very hard to learn the rules of how to make friends, maintain relationships, and form bonds. And so I think the real challenge here is that you're going to need someone to teach you. Because I don't think you can logic your way. You can't logic your way to, like, well, probably not. But logic is not a substitution for like input for certain parts of your brain. Like the empathic circuitry in our brain. You can't logic your way to experience, if that makes sense.
Right.
So I'm going to just pause for a second. I know I've been sort of talking a lot or asking a lot of like kind of leading questions or asking if you're kind of following what I'm saying. What do you think about this conversation so far?
No, I really like it. I think it's really good. I think, like, because I was looking for, I mean, like, on back up to the topic, like, it's like, why, like, why can't, like, I form a relationship,
Yeah.
but I mean, like, romantically, like, but I mean, I don't know, I can't even do it at all,
Yeah. So, and this is the important thing to understand. So I know it sounds like you feel like you're deficient in some way, Josh, and you really got to be careful, and please listen to the nuance of what I'm about to say. I think you are deficient in some way, but it's really not your fault, and it sure as hell ain't permanent. Like, this is where every human being is deficient in some way. None of our upbringing is permanent. Or sorry, perfect. And it's not permanent. So like part of being an adult is like recognizing, and that too, no one ever teaches us how to be an adult. Part of being an adult is recognizing, okay, what were the things that my karma or my circumstance, what are the because you said that you kind of missed out, right? Like you're on this highway. So you're right, there's like not an exit ramp. That's why like someone else has to put an exit ramp in for you. And that's what's so confusing. And now the problem kind of becomes that accepting help, as you kind of alluded to earlier, you actually push it away. Because I think you can't accept help and maintain this fantasy of who you want to be. And so what you have to sort of do, I know like now we get into the Eastern crap, you have to like let go of that perfect version of yourself and accept that you don't know how to form bonds. And paradoxically, that's exactly how you move forward, is by giving up the fantasy and starting with where you are. And a cool thing with that acceptance is hopefully you can forgive yourself a little bit, or even, I know this is kind of weird, but the other problem here is that if you're the one at fault, you're kind of accepting 100% of the blame, but I don't think you're 100% responsible, which means that you're not putting the blame where it goes and belongs. And if you don't put the blame where it belongs, you're going to be inappropriately blaming yourself and you'll never be able to fix it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So just to give you like an example to drive it home. So let's say I'm in a toxic relationship. And I always think, oh my God, all of these fights are my fault. They're my fault. They're my fault. They're my fault. And when I accept 100% of the blame, I try to make the person happy. I try to make the person happy. I try to make the person happy. And they never become happy. And so if I've diagnosed me as the problem, but I'm not the problem, 100% of treatment will fail because the diagnosis is wrong. What the relationship needs is not for me to accept more blame, but to shove away blame and set boundaries and help the other person be responsible. But when you take all of the circumstances in your life that you have not been responsible for and you accept them, you are picking a problem for yourself that is unsolvable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it totally makes sense. I feel like I've accepted, because I guess maybe, logically known, about the parent issue, but I mean, I never but logically but I never emotionally let go of that, taking all the blame,
Yeah, right? And so it sounds like you were conditioned to be completely independent. Does that resonate?
Oh yeah, it does.
Right? So and that's like that's what we see, dude. Like we see that you've built a life just with your two hands. And the really challenging thing is that and now when you live a life where you accept 100% of the blame, but are at best 50% responsible, what that feels like as you live it year after year after year is being on a highway that has no exit ramp. Because no matter how much progress you make, you're never going to reach your destination and you just stay stuck. And so bizarrely, two things I would encourage you to think about. One is you have to let go of this perfect version of yourself. And bizarrely, you have to sort of accept that you are deficient in some ways. But the way in which you accept that has to be the opposite of the way that you accept it now. Which is that the reason for your deficiency is not some core aspect of your being that's broken. You don't have a flawed soul. The reason that you're a little bit deficient is because of a lack of opportunity in your upbringing. And the cool thing about that is that you can fix that. You can take a 15-year-old kid who doesn't know arithmetic and you can teach him as much math. They can catch up by the time they're 17 in 2 years. You can teach a teenage child as much math as they need to learn. You can do that. The really cool thing about human beings is that with some amount of concerted effort, you can catch up. You don't need to, and this goes back to the MMR thing. Like, people can be hard stuck bronze their entire life. What's the difference between someone who's hard stuck bronze and what's the difference between someone who climbs to platinum? Is their intentionality in terms of progress. So practically, I don't know what this looks like, but I would encourage you to seek help. Professional help is a great thing to consider, because also, there's some, evidence that there's some genetic component to mood disorders and stuff like that. It's actually quite low. So, there isn't a very high chance that you have a mood disorder if your parent had a mood disorder. But if there's any, I don't know if you've ever had mental health treatment, it's not a bad idea. But I think you're probably going to need some kind of help, and like, don't try to do it on your own because it's just really hard.
Yeah, I understand. I can see how I've been sort of kneecapping myself, like by not.
And whose fault is it that you're kneecapping yourself?
Probably mine.
Nope. That's the only wrong answer. Anything else is right. You see what I mean? Like, once again, you're accepting blame. It's anything but you.
Right.
Because how were you taught to deal with problems? You were taught, hey, you need to do this shit on your own. No, you don't. There it is again, accepting full responsibility for everything in your life, which is a great winning strategy if we're like polar bears and we live isolated lives. But human beings are not polar bears. We require community and connection in order to be like healthy, normal human beings. So whose fault is it that you're in this situation?
Anyone else but me?
Are you just saying that, or can you believe even one iota of it?
Not yet, but I mean, I think I should get help and do that.
Okay, how are you going to get help?
I have a list of local therapists that I've had for years that it's just sitting there on my table, and I haven't ever called.
What's made it hard for you to call?
I don't know. It's just.
So if it's been sitting there for years, it may be a little bit outdated. Do you think you can get a new list?
Oh yeah. I mean it. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, and when are you going to call?
Oh well, I guess it had to be Monday because it's after 5 on Friday. So.
Okay. And if your plan is to call on Monday, do you think that's going to happen?
Yes, I'm going to do that.
Okay. Why can't you call now?
Oh, I thought they closed at 5.
Sure.
I'm just saying.
And so what happens if you make a phone call to some place that's closed?
I just do it later.
No, literally. What happens if you pick up the phone and you call a therapist's office and they're closed? What's going to happen?
Nothing's gonna happen.
So you're gonna call and it'll go to voicemail, right?
Oh yeah, voicemail. Yeah, that.
Yep. And you're gonna and are you gonna leave a voicemail?
Yes, I will leave a voicemail.
And if you leave a voicemail, what do you think has a higher chance of success? You calling on Monday morning, or you calling right the fuck now, leaving 5 voicemails with 5 different therapists, and then they call you next week? What do you think has a greater chance of success?
Yeah, that has a greater chance of success to do now.
And so what are you going to do?
Well, you're kind of taking up my phone right now, so I can't do it. But afterwards. definitely I can do that. Yeah, the list. Well, the list might be old, but I just research on the internet, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Josh.
Uh,
Would you like us to wait for you to hop off the call, make those phone calls, and should we wait for you to come back?
Come back. Are you
Yeah.
still streaming? Or...
Yeah. Would you like us to wait for you while you do that?
Well, can I just do one? Can I just do one maybe, and then I'll do like so for the stream, because I don't know how long it'll take,
Are you afraid of inconveniencing us?
Yeah.
Inconvenience
Okay.
away, my dude. Sure, you can do one, but I know it's kind of weird. You are deserving of our help. You are deserving for us to be inconvenienced.
All right. Well. All right.
How many phone calls do you want to make?
Okay, I'll make two. Is that a good compromise?
Yeah,
now?
I could bully your ass to 5 if you want me to, or I could let you go with 0. You tell me what you think you can handle in this moment, which is absolutely 0, if that's what you want.
Okay, I think two. I think two is good.
2
Two's
sounds
good.
fantastic to me.
Yeah.
And the goal here is going to be you're going to make 2 phone calls. Try to find an updated list. How hard is it to find an updated list?
It should be hard. I mean, they're in the area. I'll see if there's, still exist. Obviously, but I mean,
how are you going to see if they still exist?
Buy the names and numbers, and then I can just use the internet and just see if they got still websites still up.
Okay,
or,
sure. So you think this will take you what, like half an hour, hour?
To do two? I mean, I can do it pretty fast. I'm pretty good on the internet.
I'm trying to decide if I need to play a game of Dota while I'm waiting for your ass.
Oh, yeah. If you're playing a game of Dota, yeah, I'll do as many as I can before you finish. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we'll do another interview, and you can report back.
Okay, I'll report back. Yeah, I'll.
And what does success mean today?
Means leaving those voicemails, or you maybe get an appointment, but just mostly, I guess, leaving the voicemails. Yeah.
Yeah, and what if their voicemail is full? Does that mean that you failed?
No, I did what I could, and that's why we're going for
absolutely
multiple.
The success, the barrier of success, or the bar for success is making the calls.
Right.
Okay. Good luck, Josh.
Yes. All right.
May God go with you, for no one else will.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll be back maybe, I guess.
Maybe.
Right.
Maybe. Who knows? Okay.
What? Yeah.
We'll see. And
all right.
Okay. All right. Good luck, bro.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you a lot.
So you fuckers in chat, y'all fuckers, y'all are like, yay, Josh, do it, Josh, yay. What about y'all? What kind of crap do you need to be doing? No, this isn't. Who's waiting? What are you going to do? You're going to sit here and watch me stream for the next 10 minutes? You actually going to fucking do something for your life. So we're going to see if there's one more. We're going to try to do one more caller. But if y'all have the equivalent of there's a list of therapists sitting on my desk, it's been sitting there for years. I have been meaning to ... I don't care if it's texting a friend. I don't care if it's taking out the trash. I don't care if it's calling a therapist. Like, do something for your life. If y'all need therapy, okay, no more callers. Okay. So if y'all need therapy or are interested in trying therapy, because here's the other thing to understand about therapy. Everyone's like, I don't know. How do I know if I need therapy? The threshold for therapy should not be needing therapy. The threshold for therapy should be warranting an evaluation. If you have the question, can therapy be helpful to me? That is something that you can absolutely talk to a therapist about. Understand what they offer you. And for those of you who are like, don't tell me what to do, I tell y'all what to do all the time. The big difference is that there are some things that you guys like being told to do, other things that you don't like being told to do. If I told y'all's asses, hey, let's queue up for Call of Duty or Dota or League of Valorant, I was like, let's go, noobs. All y'all would be like, let's go. Y'all are fine being told what to do if it's something that you want to do. Like, I can tell you, I mean, what? You want me to tell you, like, go get high? Everyone, right now. Right? So, like, but seriously, if you guys have been on the fence about signing up for therapy or, like, calling a therapist, like, take the 10 minutes to do it now. It's not going to get any easier, right? This is what our mind tells us. It's like this poor guy Josh is like, yeah, I'll start dating later. I'll figure it out. I'm 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Stuff doesn't get magically easier. Like, the energy expenditure for things remains the same. You may be more prone to do it because you're less mentally fatigued or something like that, or you're inspired or whatever. But, like, if you've been procrastinating on doing something, now is the time. Especially if it's something like therapy or even signing up for coaching. If you guys are like, oh, I don't know if coaching is going to help me. I don't know if it's going to help me. Maybe should I try it? Will it help enough? Like, this is the problem. Like, you're not going to get an answer to that without trying it. And, like, our approach is, hey, like, what the fuck is going on in your mind? And, hey, what are you going to do about it? And some people get frustrated because they come in and they're like, hey, I thought you were going to push me to do stuff. That doesn't really work that well. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but I used a lot of coaching techniques with Josh. I was like, how many do you think you can make? And he's like, 2. If I had said, bitch, I want you to do 5, it would have been 0. He's the one that's dictating it. He's the one that said, he volunteered. I didn't ask him, hey, you should call a therapist. He's like, there's a list that's been sitting on my desk for years. And so at that point, we can talk about that for an hour, right? We can be like, oh my God, why is the list on the desk for years? How does it make you feel to see the list every day? How do you feel when you tug one out and then you see the list? Let's talk about feelings, talk about feelings, talk about feelings. And talking about feelings is great. We asked him how he felt about a lot of shit. But at some point, like, there are some situations, and this is what's clinical. For example, if you're dealing with trauma or like a history of abuse, there's no fixing it. That's what makes it so hard, and that's why you need a professional to deal with it. Because all there is talking about feelings. Actually, there's not, but there's more than that. But generally speaking, that's like most of talking, like that's therapy for trauma. But if your challenge is something like, hey, I have some feelings that are getting in the way, but there's also like an operational tactical component where I don't know what I'm supposed to do, or there's different kinds of barriers, or like an insight into motivation. Okay, like, because here's his problem. So here's the problem that Josh has. He's only going to take the action when it has a very high chance of success. There's no point in calling. And I cannot stress this enough. That is the thing that keeps people stuck. You can actually do something today that is subpar that will trigger the right behavior next week. There's 2 paths. One is I'm going to hold on to this inspiration and I'm going to hold on to this being bullied by the internet or whatever. And come Monday morning, I will do it. And then there is doing a crappy job now that starts a relationship where the therapist calls you back. on Monday morning. And they're like, hey, I checked my voicemail. I called first thing. Tell me a little bit about yourself. When can you come in? That's going to help. So there is a practical application part of this that we really try to emphasize. Depending on what kind of therapist you see, you may get someone who focuses on that sort of stuff. But unfortunately, like if you go see an analyst, like they're not going to push you to make a phone call and ever. Maybe they will. Who knows? I can't judge all analysts. But generally, they're like listening. And they're like insight-oriented. All right, so a lot of therapy is like insight-oriented. It's not necessarily action-oriented. Some therapy is absolutely action-oriented. And so if y'all are interested in something like that, either find an action-oriented therapist or do something like sign up for coaching. Because I don't know how to say this. Like, we can Twitch stream for the next 5 years, and each and every one of you will be better. The issue is timing. I have faith in y'all. Give it a couple years, y'all will be fine. Like, seriously, people in our call were doing great today. Katie's going to be doing good. You know, sounds like Danny didn't have a problem to begin with. Very self-aware and all that kind of stuff. Right? Alex will get there. He's making progress. Everyone's making progress. The question is, when do you want to have made progress by? You can DIY it, and a lot of people want to DIY it. DIY is great. It's usually cheaper. I can do it at my pace. Best thing about DIY is I don't actually have to do it. Right? That's what we love about DIY. No commitments. No cost to failure. No cost to failure. That sounds great. Why on earth would I spend money on something? And then if I fail it, I've wasted my money. Why don't I just fail it for free? So like our programs, and this is the other kind of frustration that I have with therapy is that, so I had a brilliant supervisor, brilliant person. It's like, oh yeah, like I had this patient once, and after 3 years, we made a breakthrough. And I heard this story, and I was like listening to it, and I was like, this sounds great, but are you sure that you needed 3 years to get there? And now this is where maybe I'm arrogant, because there are people who have 30 more years of experience than I do that tell me that sometimes it takes years. But then what I look at is I don't see the field of, actually, that's not true. There's actually a lot of field of therapy that people do emphasize that. And actually the big takeaway is that psychoanalysis, even though it takes on average longer and is more intensive, is not superior to psychodynamic therapy. And even CBT, which is like a 12-week course, is like speed running, is not inferior to something like psychodynamic therapy. You can actually accomplish. This is what's really terrifying about therapy. There are some studies that suggest that you can be in therapy for 3 years with an analyst and in therapy for 3 months with a CBT therapist, and the outcomes will be the same. Now, there's a lot of pushback against that, which is reasonable. So, for example, there's some studies suggest that while the progress will be the same after 3 years or 3 months, the duration of the progress will be different. So the person who's in therapy for 3 years, they stay better longer. Whereas the person who's in therapy for 3 months may lose that benefit faster. Some evidence of that. So I'm trying to honestly be as fair as I can. But one of the big takeaways that I learned, and like half the reason I started a coaching program to begin with, is I'm infuriated. I'm going through actually my own executive coach training right now. And as a therapist, it terrifies me how much a coach can accomplish in 20 minutes. I shit y'all not. I am terrified. I feel personally threatened when I'm in that. Because I went in and we do these 20-minute coaching sessions with each other. And I think to myself, like, there's no way that anyone's going to make progress in 20 minutes. How on earth can you make progress in 20 minutes? And I realize that as a therapist, I feel really threatened because it takes me this amount of time to help someone. And I don't think it's fair that a coach can help people that quick. doesn't feel fair to me. I have to think they must be doing worse. This can't be as good as I'm doing. This has to be inferior because I work harder and I get fewer things. I'm serious. I'm 100% serious. Now, I do think that they're not perfect. I think there's a lot of stuff that therapy does better, and we're curious about how much practical change there is. But this is the kind of thing where if you guys are like, if you want to get it done faster, then get help, whether it's therapy or coaching. And that just depends on what kind of help you're looking for, right? Do you want help with actions and understanding, or do you want any kind of pathology? You should absolutely see a therapist. And even if you're going to see a therapist and focus on actions, see a therapist that's action oriented. The problem is that it's hard to tell what a therapist is actually good at. Anyway, I see Joshua's back in the channel.
Yes, hello. I'm back.
That was quick. You need help with something?
Yeah, it turned out that there wasn't any issue with what I had, information I had. So I did two that they didn't even have voicemail box. So that's old stuff, I guess. But I just went ahead and did the third one, and I gave them my information, and so they're gonna call me back on Monday to schedule.
You spoke with someone?
Yeah.
How do you feel about yourself?
Feel pretty good. Yeah, feel like hopeful that I'm taking a kind of like first step here.
Yeah. I'm very hopeful for you, Josh. Here's the wild thing. We sometimes feel like the problems in our life are so big that they require big solutions. If the problem is hard, it requires a very hard solution. The biggest fucking misunderstanding of life is that huge problems oftentimes require the tiniest and weakest ass solutions to fix. And this is why I think you're doing well, because I know it feels huge to you, but bro, you're already 90% of the way there. You will be amazed at how easy it is to turn your life around. Good luck, man.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I hope so. Thank you.
Strong work, dude. Now let's see if Twitch chat lives up to your standard.
Yeah, you better do it, Twitch chat.
Easier said than done. So get some help. You're not wrong. Good luck, Josh. Seriously. And it wouldn't hurt to make 1 or 2 more phone calls.
All right, yeah.
Maybe not today, but if things don't happen on Monday, can I ask you to consider making more phone calls if stuff doesn't happen on Monday?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've, started the ball rolling, so.
There you go. Look at that exit ramp.
Yeah.
Good luck to you, my dude.
All right.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So Lucas Timo's thesis is saying, I'll finish my thesis this week. Wrong thinking. As much as I want to encourage that, unless your thesis is like 99% done, I don't think you're going to finish your thesis this week. This is what happens. We confuse fantasies with goals. Because the goals that we set are the goals that we want to accomplish, right? Duh. Why is it? It's what I want to do. That's why it's my goal. You're dooming yourself to failure if you set a goal that is overly ambitious. Because not only is it overly ambitious, then you fail at it, and now you've set an unreasonable goal, and you think worse about yourself for failing to meet an unreasonable goal. Don't finish your thesis this week, or if you do, I guarantee it's going to be like what Josh did. Hey, I called 2 and I went ahead and called the 3rd. We didn't ask him to call 3. He did it on his own. And this is what I'm saying. It's like, we're like, How do I get motivation? That's how you get motivation. You get the ball started, and then you will do it on your own. So don't try to finish your thesis this week. If you want to go for it, go for it. Make sure you work on your thesis today. Make sure you work on your thesis tomorrow. Right? It's not about finishing the thesis. That's what you want to do. It's about working on the thesis. And here's the cool thing. If you work on it, all you have to do is work on it. You never have to finish it. You never have to finish your thesis. It will finish itself if you keep working on it. Right? So Awakened Panda is saying this, sow the seeds. Absolutely. Just water the seeds. The plant will grow on its own. And people are wondering, how do I get motivated? This is what's cool. What can you handle, Josh? Josh's like, I can call 2. And he was like, I can call 1. I was like, bro, 5. And he's like, 2. I was like, all right. And then he comes back with 3. You just need a little bit of support in the right direction. And this is what we honestly see. It's bizarre. So we do this thing called case review, where coaches will come in and we'll talk to them about challenges that they're having with their clients. So they'll say, hey, I've got a client who's stuck in this way. I'm not sure how to help them. And so sometimes, like, the number of times I've had coaches come and say, like, hey, we're making no progress. We've been doing this for 6 weeks and, like, no progress. They came in, they wanted to find a girlfriend, they wanted to find a job, they wanted to set boundaries with their parents, and they wanted to go to the gym. They're failing on all of their goals. We talk about it. How are you feeling? How are they? Blah, blah, blah. Maybe you should try this. Maybe they come in 2 weeks later. They're doing it all. We're like, what do you mean they're doing it all? They just woke up one day and now they're doing everything. I don't even know what I did. And this is exactly what happens. Is you think it's a lot to do, but once you get started, stuff starts to fall into place. And this is the thing. It's not like we didn't help Josh very much, right? We didn't like look up names for him, make sure they're current, do this, do that. And here's the wild thing is that y'all think since your problems are so big, how much help do you need? I need all of the help in the world. Oh my God. This is such a big problem. Getting help is not even worth it. Do you have any idea how much help I would actually need to solve this problem? I'm 30 years old and I've never been on a date. Do you realize how much help I need? Yeah, I do. It's not much. Because here's what's going to happen. I'd give it 30 to 40% odds that everything that Josh needed help with is done. He's set. Now it's a matter of time. Because here's what's going to happen. If he's lucky, and if we're lucky, someone's going to call him back Monday morning. He's going to make an appointment. Right? So it's not him solo already. There's already someone else involved. It's far easier to make an appointment when someone calls you instead of like committing to the whole thing, right? Sometimes. I mean, as long as you don't feel pressured and stuff. Not for like salesmen, but if you called someone and they call you back, it's like, hey, when would you like to come in? Cool, they called me back. They seem to care about this just a tiny bit. That's going to help me a lot. It's not some nameless, faceless person. And then he's going to go to therapy. He's going to go 1 week. He's going to schedule a follow-up. He's going to go a second week, a third week, a fourth week, a fifth week, 6th week, 7th week, 8th week. 8th week is when he will start to feel better about himself. 12th week is when he'll start to have better outcomes. His self-esteem will improve. His energy level may get a little bit better. Hell, maybe he'll get diagnosed with something and referred for medication, and then he'll start taking medication, and he'll realize that he's been living life on hard mode this whole time. Because actually, he's got ADHD. Or he's got a mood disorder himself. Who knows? And then the ball is rolling. Then he feels more confident about himself. And he's going to go into his therapist's office one day and he's going to say, I'm still struggling to meet people. And this is where there's RNG. If he's got an action-oriented therapist, the therapist will help him develop a plan to go out and make friends. If they're not, and they're tell me how you feel, tell me how you feel, tell me how you feel, that goes on for 6 more months. If he's not getting what he wants, then sign up for coaching. But if he's lucky, his therapist is good, going to help him overcome internal barriers, going to help him plan for actions. Maybe he's seeing a CBT therapist that focuses on changing behaviors. Beautiful. Or maybe he finds a psychoanalyst who gets to all kinds of stuff about his mother and stuff like that and paralyzed, and they have some sort of brilliant psychoanalytic insight. It does happen. And then he's a transformed human being, which is how psychoanalysis works, maybe. Either way, like, the ball is rolling, and he has altered the future. He has manipulated the future of his life. It was in one direction, and even a tiny deviation, a deviation of 1 degree, extended out over time, will lead you in a completely different place. You don't even need to continue turning. You just need a 1 degree and then straight. And you'll end up in a completely different place. Changing your future, you can do right now. You can change your future in this moment. Enough for today, I think. Right? So, Karitanov is brilliant insight. Damn, I'd be doing 1 degree and making my life worse by the day. Absolutely true. Sometimes we don't realize that a tiny thing has a huge impact on my life. I should have broken up with this person years ago. Maybe not so tiny. I should have moved out of the house. I should have set boundaries. I should have stopped internalizing the expectations of my parents. I should have stopped trying to make my parents happy. On the one hand, that sounds like a big change. On another hand, it's a tiny little thing. Sounds big, but in actuality, what does it mean? Sorry, Mom, I'm not coming home for the holidays. I'll see you in 2023. I'll try to come back in March or so. But, you listen, you can say, yeah, I can see you're disappointed. I'm sorry. Goodbye. Click. And suddenly you're free for 2 weeks. They text you. Okay. So what is that 1 degree exchange? It's either not responding to the text or just kind of stonewalling the text. Yeah, I can see that you're upset. How hard is it to actually set a boundary? Is it hard? Yes. Does it require a lot of effort? Not necessarily. Can you give some examples of deviations? Sure. One is calling a therapist. Another is signing up for coaching. This is one of the places where I'd say I don't think getting Dr. K's guide is quite what we're looking for. If you guys need help with stuff like how to operationalize, if you have this problem, I mean, coaching can help you with this too, but we lay out some of that philosophy in the guide doing stuff. Turning goals into actions, that's a huge revelation. It's a 1% deviation that will change your life. Stop thinking in terms of goals, start thinking in terms of actions. Other 1% deviations, asking for help. It's a huge one. It's probably one of the biggest things, because if you're really look at it, asking for help is a 60-second action. The guide to ADHD and doing stuff is where we will teach you how to operationalize. 1% deviation adds up 100%. Right? So in my case of the butterfly effect, when I was in college, one day I asked this cute girl who I knew if she liked Thai food. And I didn't even think I was asking her out on a date. So what saved me was RNG, because I couldn't ever ask anyone out on a date. I was mortified. I just had to be stupid enough to ask someone out on a date without realizing it. That's the way that I lucked out. And that one action, literally, if I had not done that, who knows where I would be today. Right? 1% deviation. It's literally one sentence. Hey, do you like Thai food? And in retrospect, I realize it's sort of a rigged question, right? Because she says yes. Who doesn't like Thai food? Like, what is she going to say? No? So what? That's a 1% deviation. All kinds of other deviations. Not having that second drink before you get in the car to drive home. Big deviation, big impact, big consequence. Yeah, Josh came back. He called 3 people instead of 2. I see Prime's around. Good to see you, Ben. I'm sure you have thoughts, a lot of thoughts on all of these things. It's great seeing you at TwitchCon, bro. Hope you're doing well. Lots of love. Yeah, we can talk about quitting smoking one day. But I got to run because I have parenting to do. And who are we rating? Yeah, smoking can be really tough. Raid suggestion chat. Let's go. Quit smoking 7 weeks ago. Huge, huge win, dude. Seth Drums. We're going to raid Seth Drums. Hold on. Prime, where are you? There you are. All right. So let's raid Seth Drums. We'll see y'all, I think, next Friday, probably. But we still have YouTube uploads going up. And by the way, all the stuff that we talked about today, this has been really helpful, just to share a little bit about our process. So now that I've heard from y'all about what it's like to have a relationship with virginity, I'm going to read a bunch of scientific research papers. I guess that's redundant. And then I'm going to try to formulate some kind of conclusion. And then we're going to try to help all the people who are struggling with this. So we're going to sort of get the real life side of it, which is what we got today. Now we're going to go to the research side. And I'm going to look at, for example, what is the correlation between having a parent with mental illness and the age at which you lose your virginity. Because this could be very interesting, right? So this is how people discover stuff. Like maybe it has a lot to do with that. Who knows? And are there ways that people get kind of like back on track in terms of bonding and social stuff? So that's our plan. And we shall report back. So thank you to everyone for calling in today. We'll see y'all next Friday.